Good morning, folks. A couple things before we start. We are waiting. We have a bridge up, so we're waiting for a few members, but also we have a limit of number of people that we can have in this room. We do have overflow in the committee room with the TV on. So if the committee room is right around the corner there. I'm it's really low. Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah.
Let's increase the.
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
How's that?
That could be better. Yeah. So again, folks, before we have an overflow issue here. The committee room is open with the screen on. So if we can move some folks over there, if you're standing. Sorry. We're limited to what we can have in here, folks. So sorry. Or you can stand out in the hall. But if you want to sit, the committee room will have the TV and we are waiting a couple minutes to start because my understanding is the bridge is up. Then. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Will County Board meeting for January 16th, 2025. As we know, we have a very large crowd here, very important issues to discuss, very emotional issues to discuss. So I'm asking and reminding folks here to please keep decorum. We will do our best to make sure the board is taken care of, our guests are taken care of. But again, we know these are very tense situation. So I am going to do my best to keep it running smoothly. And so if I can just ask for your cooperation. So at that, I'll call this board meeting to order. Board Member Trenier, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance in a moment of silence?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now if I could ask everyone to join me in a moment of silence to remember our past president, Jimmy Carter, and his passing. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Ogalla. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Balich. Oxley. Brooks. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
18 members present. We have a quorum. I need a motion to place on file the certificate of publication. Motion by Dean Schlattman, seconded by Costa. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Yes. Ogalla. Pretzel. Yes. Butler. Newquist. Yes. Balich. Oxley. Yes. Brooks. Yes. Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Yes. Freeman. Revis. Yes. Mitchell. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Yes. Costa. Trainier. Yes. Van Dyne.
Yes.
18 in the affirmative, the motion carries. I now need a motion to approve the minutes from the reorganization meeting on December 2nd, 2024. Motion by Revis, seconded by Trainier, or previous by Newquist, seconded by Hickey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I need a motion to approve the minutes from the special meeting of December 9th, 2024. Motion by Revis, seconded by Dean Schlattman. Previous roll call by Ortiz, seconded by Trainier. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Finally, I need a motion to approve the executive session minute meetings from November 21st, 2024. Motion by Brooks, seconded by Revis. Previous by Trainier, seconded by Richmond. All in favor? Any opposed? The motion carries. Madam Clerk, will you please acknowledge the elected official and media present today?
Today we have County Executive Jennifer Bertino Tarrant and Treasurer Tim Brophy and Bolingbrook Mayor Mary Alexander Basta. For media, we have the Daily Southtown Michelle Mullins.
Thank you. Speaker Van Dyne.
Thank you, Madam Executive, and good morning to the county board members and good morning to everyone present today. I would like to make a motion to suspend the county board rules to postpone the reading of written public comments relating to ZC-24-066 pending the outcome of a motion to table this case until such time as this case will be subject to a vote on its merits.
we have a motion to suspend the rules for for the written public comments, seconded by County Board Member Pretzel. Do we have a discussion? Okay, previous by Trenier, seconded by Oxley. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Oh, yes. Oh, one, I'm sorry. So one opposition. Remember.
Okay.
The motion carries. Thank you. So at this time, we invite anyone to come up to talk on public comments for today's agenda items. Today's agenda items. So just a reminder, these are just public comments for these are not land use cases. You will have an opportunity during land use cases if you so choose. You can do it now as well, but you'll have, when we do the land use cases, you will have an opportunity to speak then. So these are just any agenda item outside of land use cases. We will open a public hearing for that. So is anyone outside of that? Anyone in public comment outside of land use hearings? Going once? Going twice? See someone kind of walking? No, okay. Waiting to see if you're walking at this podium. All right, very good. We're going to move on to honorary resolutions and proclamation. We have one proclamation today. I'm going to invite Speaker Van Dyne to come up to honor our retiring Will County Farm Bureau Executive Director, Mark Schneiderwin. Mark, if you'd please like to join us up here.
Good morning. I would like to read a County of Will proclamation. Whereas Mark Schneiderwin has served as the Will County Farm Bureau Manager for 34 years, leading the historic organization with poise, tact, and dignity. And whereas the Will County Farm Bureau has a long storied history representing agricultural interests in Will County, and Mark Schneiderwin served as an effective advocate for over its 1,000 farm members and 12,000 associate members. And whereas Mark Schneiderwin worked during his tenure to grow and strengthen services, programming, and engagement opportunities for Will County Farm Bureau members, including Reese Across America, the 4-H Hall of Fame, Future Farmers of America, Ag in the Classroom, the Ag Expo, and various other initiatives aimed at youth education. And whereas the Will County Farm Bureau has promoted agriculture throughout the community during Mark Schneiderwin's tenure, increasing relationships with elected officials, community organizations, and the general public. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the Will County Board and the Will County Executive do hereby recognize the service and dedication of Mark Schneiderwin to the County of Will and to the people of Will County through his leadership of the Will County Farm Bureau. Be it further proclaimed that the Will County Board and the Will County Executive wish him a long, healthy, and happy retirement. Dated on this 16th day of January 2025, signed by Joe Van Dyne, Will County Board Speaker, and Will County Executive Jennifer Bertino-Tarrant. Congratulations to Mark Schneiderwin.
You know me, and I'm usually not lost for words, but I'm very, very humbled by this honor. We've really enjoyed working with the county board and the countywide officials and your land use staff and your highway department. They've all been excellent to work with, and we thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for this resolution as well. It means a lot, and we appreciate all your interest in learning about agriculture. Farmers have a tough job. We don't ask you to feel sorry for them because that's their profession that they've used over all the years. But we really appreciate you reaching out and learning about those challenges so you can vote on those particular issues like you have over the years. Thank you very much for this proclamation, for this resolution, and this honor today. It'll be something we'll remember forever. Thank you.
And Mark, we have this wonderful plaque to present you to, so you can put up on your desk there. So there you go.
You're not on. Sorry, there you go.
Madam Executive, I'd like to make a motion to approve the proclamation.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Previous roll call by Trenier, second by Hickey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. So congratulations, Mark. We thank you for your years of service. I've had a lot of personal experience from you, starting back in my regional superintendent days, and every step along the way, you have been a true gentleman, a true advocate for your industry, and I wish you all the best. And we also, I know sitting next to you is Jackson, who will be taking up those very, very big shoes. So Jackson, you want to wave to everyone. So there you go. So thank you and congratulations again. Oh, I'm sorry. County Board Member Ortiz, since we did a previous, would you like us to? All right, seeing no old business, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. And just a reminder that these are all items that have been agreed to upon by both caucuses. If I'm going to make the motion, since this is still new, I'm going to make the motion to approve the consent agenda. We'll have a second. Then if anyone wants any item to be removed from that, I'll ask you at that time to do it. So I need a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion by Trenier, seconded by Coaster. Is there any item that needs to be removed from the consent agenda? County Board Member Berkowitz? Hold on, let me get you on here. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I have a question regarding item number 10. During committee, there was a question regarding the fund. The name was Missing Pieces. There was some dialogue where committee members discussed what that might mean. I'm wondering if the coroner has provided the, and if she's here today and can provide us with what is this Missing Pieces budget.
I haven't seen the corner, but if you do have just a question, oh, there she is. But if we have questions, though, you should just probably remove it from the agenda and we'll talk about it at the appropriate time. So why don't you make a motion would you like that removed so it can be talked about?
I would
Yeah.
like her to provide us
Okay,
with
so
that
then it gets
information.
removed
So
from the
I make a motion to
You
remove.
don't have to make a motion. We just will remove it. It just gets removed.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So we will put it back at the appropriate, that'll go back to finance. Well, that'll go back during finance. Anyone else? All right, so we have a motion and a second to consent to items 1 through 9 and 11. All right, Madam Clerk, I'm going to have you please call a roll with that.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Pretzel. Butler. Newquist. Oxley. Brooks. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trenier. Van Dyne. 18.
18 in the affirmative, the motion carries. We're going to please add County Board Member Mitchell to the rules. Moving on to, there is no new business. We'll now move on to land use and development. Chair Pretzel.
Madam Executive, I'd like to make a motion to open public hearing.
Motion by Chair Pretzel, seconded by Van Dyne. We take a roll call. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to add County Board Member Winfrey as well.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist.
Yes.
Oxley. Brooks.
Yeah.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Revis.
Yes.
Mitchell.
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Hosta. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
20. Yeah, 20.
With 20 in the affirmative, we are now in public hearing. Please be advised, absolutely no new evidence or information will be allowed once this land use public hearing is closed. Just a reminder, we're going to have a lot of speakers, so I encourage you to be direct but concise, and we appreciate your time.
Good morning, members of Will County Board and residents. My name is Matt Eastman. I'm the Director of Community Development for the Village of Bolingbrook. I've proudly served this community for over 18 years, working to guide sustainable growth, protect public safety, and ensure development aligns with our long-term goals. I stand before you to express the Village of Bolingbrook's strong opposition to zoning case ZC 24066. The applicant is requesting significant zoning changes and variances for approximately 173 acres of land. I believe it would have devastating and long-lasting consequences for the surrounding community. This site is surrounded by established neighborhoods, including Foxridge Farms, River Hills, Patriot Place, Americana Estates, the Lakelands, and others. This represents well over 1,000 homes. If approved, residents would face persistent disruption from noise, dust, debris, and blasting. Industrial uses such as those proposed are fundamentally and incompatible with residential uses and would severely diminish the quality of life for the thousands of families in the area. Moreover, this project undermines the character of our community. Thousands of families built their homes here with the understanding that mining operations would remain confined to the existing quarry and not encroach closer to their properties. Perhaps most concerning is the site's proximity to schools. Liberty Elementary is directly adjacent to this property. Eichelberger, Kennedy Middle School, and Plainfield East is all within 1 mile of this property. Blasting operation, increased truck traffic, and inherent dangers of mining sites pose unacceptable risks to the safety and well-being of our children. In 2013, a teenager tragically drowned while trespassing with a group of friends at the existing quarry. Expanding these operations closer to residential neighborhoods and schools increases the likelihood that incidents like this may happen again. The strain this project would place on our infrastructure is another critical issue. Essington Road and Reagan Boulevard have weight limits unsuitable to industrial traffic. And while 135th and Remington Boulevard are designated truck routes, the volume of weight of trucks hauling materials from the site would cause significant wear and tear, leading to costly repairs. The applicant has not provided a clear ingress and egress plan, nor have they sought approval from Bolingbrook for access to village-maintained roads. This lack of planning raises serious concerns about safety and logistics, particularly given the already heavy traffic in the area. Lily Cache Creek, which runs directly through this property, is another point of concern. Industrial operations, particularly clean construction and demolition debris, pose contamination risks to the creek and downstream areas. Additionally, the applicant's claim that the quarry has never had compliance issues is demonstrably false. Illinois EPA has records showing violations, including unauthorized uses within the CCDD boundaries for the purposes of parking and storing semi-trailers. These violations undermine the applicant's credibility and cast doubt on the ability to operate responsibly. The applicant's claims about flooding and overtopping of Essington Road lack evidence. The village has not received any calls or complaints for the 18 years that I've been here regarding any local residents stating that Essington Road was flooding. Local residents have refuted these claims on multiple occasions during the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting as well as the Land Use Committee meeting. One of the most alarming aspects of this proposal is the requested map amendment. If approved, it would rezone agricultural property to I-3 industrial. This change would allow numerous unintended uses to be permitted by right, even if the applicant does not decide to move forward with the proposed quarry. Without additional controls, the applicant or future property owner could implement any of the broad permitted uses within the I-3 zoning. These include outdoor storage, truck terminals, heavy equipment sales. Those are just some of the uses that would be wholly incompatible with adjacent residential and school zones. Even more concerning are the special uses such as recycling facilities, auto salvage yards, and adult entertainment facilities. These uses are entirely inappropriate for an area surrounded by families, homes, and schools. The overwhelming opposition for this proposal cannot be overstated. Resolutions of opposition have been passed by both the Village of Bolingbrook and the Village of Plainfield, as well as local homeowners associations and school districts. Over 150 emails of objection were submitted to the Will County Plan Commission. 239 objections were noted at the Land Use and Development meeting, and an online petition that's currently being circulated has over 1,500 signatures, compared to the one email of support which was generated by the applicant and was a member of a local 50 union, which obviously has a vested interest in the operation. Despite this, the applicant has failed to engage with either Bolingbrook or Plainfield or the surrounding community. They have not addressed our concerns, provided detailed plans, or demonstrated willingness to work collaboratively with the affected communities. To reiterate, both the Village of Bolingbrook, the Village of Plainfield are adamantly opposed to this proposal. Additionally, Will County staff has recommended to deny this request, a recommendation that was unanimously upheld by the Will County Plan Commission. In conclusion, as elected officials and sworn public servants, we're entrusted with the responsibility of making decisions that prioritize the safety, welfare, and long-term interests of the communities we represent. Our duty is not just to weigh the immediate benefits of a proposal, but to carefully consider its lasting consequences. This proposal benefits one entity, the applicant, at the expense of thousands of residents, students, and taxpayers. The Village of Bolingbrook has already incurred over $200,000 in enforcement costs related to the applicant's violations on the existing quarry. Allowing this project to move forward would extend mining operations in this densely populated area for another 50+ years. This has devastating consequences for the quality of life, infrastructure, and community planning. For these reasons, in keeping with your responsibility to serve the best interests of our constituents, I respectfully request that you vote to deny the zoning case CZ 24066. By doing so, you uphold the trust placed in you by the community and protect the values that make Will County one of the best places to live, and it's a thriving opportunity. I kindly request that this item be heard and not delayed in respect of all the people's time that have chose to attend today's meeting. That concludes my statement. Thank you.
Good morning.
Just real quick, we're going to ask, I know it's excited, we're going to have to hold applause, please, folks. We have a lot of people who would like to speak.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Glenn Wood. I am Superintendent of Plainfield Community Consolidated School District 202. I'm here today to address a matter of urgent concern, which is case ZC 24062 that was mentioned by Mr. Eastman as well. It's a proposal for modifications at the property of Essington Road and 127th Street in Bolingbrook. First, I must address any misconception that the school district has ever been in support of this project. In fact, we sent a letter September 27th to Marguerite Kenny, which was shared with the Will County Board along with the Planning and Zoning Committee at that time, in strict opposition with specific details of why we oppose the project. Much the same concerns that Mr. Eastman had mentioned related to pollution and noise and vibrations that are listed there as well. We expect that approving this would really not only have safety concerns, but compromise the structural integrity of our facilities. I would say over the past 2 summers, District 202 has spent $1.5 million to raise the foundation of Liberty Elementary, which is less than 200 feet away from the proposed location. In essence, over the past 2 summers, we slab-jacked the entire school. So any kind of thing that would, compromise the integrity so close to our school is very concerning. As also mentioned by Mr. Eastman, we have 4 schools that are within a half mile of this proposed location. Plainfield 202, we have 64 square miles. Fortunately, we have a number of quarries within our area, but this isn't our first experience. And so Plainfield East High School at 119th and Plainfield Naperville Road is right across the street from a quarry. And when we built that facility, we had to spend $500,000 more to reinforce our windows due to the vibrations and the work that was being done in the quarry. So who is to know what can happen when the new development were or if to come? For that. I urge you to reject this zoning modification. We ask that you do not delay and that you vote today. Minimally limit the extension if you could. March 20th, we start to get into spring break. Around March time, I know our residents have spent a number of hours and days. Their attendance today shows you the concerning nature of this for us as well. But I also, again, urge you to reject the zoning modifications, and thank you very much for your time and attention this morning.
Good morning, Madam Executive, County Board members. My name is Gary Davidson. I'm with Castle Law. I'm joined by my colleague, John Curran from Castle Law, as well as Bill Graft from Grafton Jordan and Mike Martin of Dunn Martin and Miller. Today, we're going to be requesting a motion to continue this case for 60 days. Many of you have been contacted by members of my team. John Curran and I have just brought into this about 3 weeks ago. Here's what we know. This area has been historically mined. Lots of famous local quarry operators, Eddie Heil, Elmhurst Chicago Stone, the Hammond Brothers. These areas have been mined historically. There's a lot of misinformation. We're having those conversations with each one of you. There's even fundamental misunderstandings with respect to the substance of the application. This A1 zoning is actually, mining is a permitted use in A1 zoning. What we're seeking is I3 zoning so that we can dispose of clean construction debris. This site is needed. The great dolomite that's underneath this ground, there's a type of dolomite that's needed for the roads. Our local unions are servicing this site. And if we have to go to Grundy County, we have families and employees that don't live in our county that are now not going to have jobs. The cost to the state of Illinois and the county of Will doubles and triples because of truck routes having to come from Grundy County or other places, and the cost of the stone increases dramatically. So I've heard the concerns, and the concerns have to be addressed. There's going to have to be some sort of mediation on this. This is a much different situation than a developer coming in as a contract purchaser and a number of folks showing up and saying, not in my backyard. My client, for better or for worse, already owns this site. And if we don't get to 17 votes, and we may very well not, I don't know. I've told Bolingbrook, I've told John Argadelis, we don't know whether we're going to be able to convince 17 of you that this is the best path forward and this is best for this site so that we could rebuild the berm and we can do things to be a good neighbor to the people around us. But I have to look at what my best alternative to a negotiated agreement is. And I have to look within the 4 corners of the A1 zoning so that if this doesn't pass, do we still go forward with mining, but not come with compromises because we can't get the CCD? That's not at all viewed as a threat. This is why I'm asking for a continuance, because I am looking to compromise and have a highest and best use so that we can both service the citizens of Will County from a cost perspective, from a jobs perspective, and making sure that those people who built quarries. I'll yield to Mr. Revis. Okay. So at this time, we would ask Chairman Pretzel to continue this hearing until March 20th. Give us the time we need to meet with each one of you. Give us the time we need to meet with the community stakeholders. And we're going to either come up with a compromise or we're not. We all know how this works.
I think if you don't mind staying there, Davidson. There you go, sir.
Can you elaborate again about how mining is a permitted use as it is for the zoning today?
Yep. In an A1 zoning district, and Mr. Graff, yeah, it's a special use. As a special use, as long as you meet all the qualifications, is deemed to be a permitted use in A1 zoning.
So you wouldn't need any further action from this board to continue mining, but this,
We will. We won't need a 2/3 majority
understood.
or 3/4.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yep.
Thank you.
I'm speaking for case number ZC 24066, agricultural 1 to industrial 3. Today, you're going
Can
to
you
place
please
a
state,
vote.
before you begin, sorry, ma'am, can you please state your name?
My name's Megan Cruzwick,
Thank you.
local resident. Today, you're going to place a vote, and I want to ask you, why will you vote the way you do? If your vote has the ability to impact 4 schools full of precious children, 7 subdivisions totaling 1,000 homes, and the quality of life to all of these people, would that change the way you vote? Will you make a positive impact or a negative one? How would you vote if this was your neighborhood? I'm a concerned resident telling you that I strongly oppose this proposed rezoning of the 90-acre parcel located on Essington and 127th Street within an unincorporated Will County. I'm asking you to vote no. There are soccer fields, a public park, a basketball court, a tennis court, 3 fishing ponds, a public path directly across the street from this lot of land where families depend on safety and thrive on being outdoors. There's a bald eagle and other wildlife in the forest that's connected to this lot of land that should not be subject to high explosives, concrete, or asphalt mixing due to the devastating effects on the air quality. Not one of these 1,000 homes, nor the people in them, should be subject to the devastating effects on their air quality. The pollutants released by a facility that produces high explosives twice a week and mixes cement and asphalt would severely impact the health and the population living in the area, especially the children. Ready, Set, Ride, right directly across the street from this lot is a rehabilitation facility for children with disabilities. The approval to rezone and turn this lot land into an industrial facility with the design to mine and produce cement asphalt would have devastating effects on the entire purpose for those poor children and their rehabilitation. This has to mean something to you. My dear friend living in Fox Ridge Farms, directly across the street from this proposed site, just came home from a 2-month stay at Lurie's Children's Hospital with her son, Dominic, 15 years old, who just had a kidney transplant. They've been home for 1 week. The chemical pollution from the concrete asphalt mixing would be detrimental to his recovery on top of everything else. Our area as a traffic and infrastructure strain, and voting yes would exacerbate the problem, especially in the area of 127th Street, Essington Road, and the interchange of I-55 and 126. These areas are already beyond capacity. Adding more development would worsen congestion, damage roads that are not built to support heavy trucks, and create safety hazards. I'll ask you seriously to consider, how would you vote if this was your neighborhood and your children? Please vote no. I live at 22905 Widgeon Court, Plainfield.
I wanted to start by thanking the board for giving us the opportunity to speak before you today, I think on this very critical issue. Gentlemen that started.
Sir, I'm sorry. I just need your name for the record.
My name is Mark
Thank you.
Kapsack. I'm a Liberty Green resident. I'm here to represent not only Liberty Green, but I think all of the residents within the area. We would respectfully request that the board reject the proposal ZC 24-066 for a number of reasons which have been stated already, but I'd like to maybe expand a little bit on some of those. First of all, we talked about the proximity to the schools in the area. There's a published report out by the Environmental Research and Public Health that was done back in 2019 that highlights that individuals within 3/4 of a mile of a quarry site are subject to significantly more respiratory issues throughout their lifetime, are subjected to significantly greater risks during their lifetime. Risks such as asthma, COPD, lung function reduction, respiratory issues, and other cardiovascular issues. So this just isn't an eyesore. There is evidence behind that. I think the other thing, we talked a little bit about health risks. We're going to impact 2,000 students that live within a half a mile of this site. There are several communities. Liberty Green, that I am a part of, is a 55 and older community. We are at greatest risks for those respiratory issues should this go forward. Respectfully, I think any mediation or negotiation to the contrary to this would not be acceptable. In addition, we talked about some of the wildlife issues. I just passed this site the other day and saw 24 deer roaming this site. This was on the weekend. And we think that we're going to certainly disrupt that. There's not only the noise pollution and the vibration that we've talked about, but when we look at the students and you think about that, I want to read something which I think is very interesting. The resulting industrial traffic would be detrimental to the safe transportation of our elementary students in that area. The bus routes, safe passages for parents, the physical education. There are a lot of programs that are run throughout the day on this property where our children, for as many as 8 years, will be subject to the air quality issues that this will create. There's a visual impact, certainly. Probably not the most important, but certainly important from a community perspective. When we think about when we came out here to move to Bolingbrook, what that meant, and Plainfield for that matter. It's going to affect a significant number of people. In addition, there were a couple of others. This was done back in McCook County several years ago where they're mining operations. And there are significant issues that come up structurally. I'm an architect, a licensed architect in the state of Illinois, and I can guarantee you that there are going to be impacts to the foundations in many of the buildings that are close to this area. It may not be where buildings are falling down, but it will be where there are cracks, things and other maintenance items that are going to be significant in the future should this move forward. So I would ask, when we think about it, the rezoning I know would compromise the health, safety, and welfare, I think, of all of the residents in this area. And I would respectfully request that you reject that notion and respect this zoning initiative and refute any attempt to mitigate or mediate any other alternatives. We think this is the wrong use. And like we've said before, you as board members have to ask yourself the question, would you want to live in this area half a mile from these sites to experience some of this? Would you want to send your children to this site and to schools in those areas for as many as 8 years and subject them to the conditions that will be existing in that area? Thank you for your time, and I hope you'll consider that.
My name is Terrence Sylvester Cottrell, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of my younger brother, Stanley, who has autism. I'm not just standing here as a concerned brother, but as someone who knows firsthand how deeply the world can affect him, and that's why I'm here speaking out against this mining proposal, because it's going to make my brother's life and the lives of so many others harder than they already are. For my brother, everyday life can already be overwhelming. He experiences the world in ways that most people don't, sounds are louder to him, vibrations feel stronger. He's incredibly sensitive to noise, and vibrations can cause him to feel anxious or frightened, sometimes to the point where he can't think straight or function. A loud truck rumbling down the road or the noise from heavy machinery. For my brother, those sounds aren't just noises. There are waves of pressure that make it hard for him to focus, to feel safe, to be peace in his own home. If this zoning is approved, these sounds will become part of his everyday life all day long. Imagine the constant rumble. Imagine the constant rumble of trucks, the drilling, the vibrations of the earth, the dust in the air. All of this will invade our neighborhood, and my brother won't be able to escape it. This quarry would also be across the street from my brother's school. Many students at this school have autism, and like my brother, already face challenges in the classroom. And the last thing they need is to be subjected to the constant noise, vibrations, and the disruptions that come with mining operations. Please consider the impact on families like mine, on students like my brother and his classmates, and on all of the kids who are already facing challenges that they shouldn't. Please think of the children who need calm and quiet, and understand that this project isn't just a change in the environment, it's a change in their world, and it's a change they don't deserve.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michelle Cottrell, and I'm here as a mother, a neighbor, and someone who has seen firsthand the devastating consequences of living in a community shaped by mining. I grew up in a small town in Illinois that revolved around a mine. I can attest firsthand to the risk that we all carried living so close to such a dangerous industry. Last time I was here, the applicant's expert cited modern safety measures that now exist from 1970. Let me give you my experience that occurred well after 1970. In 2007, the ground shook beneath us. We later found out that the mine across the street from our school had collapsed. I can't tell you the terror that ran through our town as parents, teachers, and children learned what had happened. We were so fortunate it had happened on a weekend, and there was no one seriously injured. The school we learned in, the place where we were supposed to feel safe, was gone. This proposal puts mining within 1/2 mile of 3 schools. That wasn't the only time the mine's impact on our community made itself known. Another day that sticks with me was when the main road into town unexpectedly collapsed from the vibrations, creating a vast schism. This sudden event severed our connections to town, cutting off power and phone in that moment. I realized the definition of isolation. I could not reach family or friends and knew that should an emergency arise, medical servants would not have been able to reach us, highlighting the ultimate vulnerability we faced. Imagine Essington Road collapsing. Moving the location of shafts from 50 feet to 0 feet makes this very likely. And while I may hear some say, safety practices are better now, or it was just your hometown, let me point out that in June of this year, a limestone mine collapsed here in Illinois, swallowing a football field. This hole was 100 feet wide and over 50 feet deep. Do you want that to happen at our schools? But beyond the visible destruction, it was a constant fear that weighed on us. The sounds, the tremors, and wondering what would happen next. The whispers in the community of what would fall apart next. Would it be another road, a home? Would someone's life be at risk this time? I grew up with an anxiety and I learned to live it. But I promised myself that if I ever had children, I would not let them experience these fears. I cannot stand by now and worry this might be the future for my children. I cannot let them walk into school wondering if the ground beneath their feet is safe. Now I stand before you because I see the same threats arising in our community. The plans for mining may seem promising, but I know too well what that promise can cost. I'm asking you to consider the future of our town, the safety of our children, and the well-being of every family here. I don't want to see another mother stand in front of a committee years from now begging for change after it's too late. We have the chance to change right now, to say no. We have the chance to protect our community from the noise, the fear, the uncertainty, and the devastation that can come from living near a mine. I beg you to stop this project before it begins. I beg you to think of the children who will grow up here and give them a safer, more secure future. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jessica McGrath. I live at 12824 Pintail Road in Farmstone Ridge subdivision, which is at the corner of 127th and Naperville Plainfield Road. We are within a 1-mile radius of the proposed rezoning, number CZ24066, a 90-acre parcel. To my knowledge, the special use permit from Agriculture 1 to Industrial 3, which is intensive industry, the special use permits for blasting and explosives, a variance from 50 to 0 feet from the locations. Will County zoning recommended denying this. The Planning and Zoning Commission voted unanimously to oppose this change from zoning agricultural 1 to industrial 3. It was mentioned here earlier that they can proceed with agricultural 1 zoning. Well, why don't they do that? Because it's a huge leap from architectural 1 to industrial 3, huge leap. So again, you've heard already today, but again, I'm a resident, I'm a mother, I work in Plainfield, I live in Plainfield. My kids went to Liberty Elementary, they're now at Plainfield East. Thousands of kids you're impacting with this rezoning. Please, please take that into consideration. Again, like previously stated, would you want this in your backyard? Do you want your kids to go to these schools if this is actually erected? Health and safety issues. I feel like this needs to be investigated even further if this moves forward. As said before, 2 elementary schools, 1 junior high, 1 high school within a 1-mile radius. Air quality, heavy industrial operators, particularly asphalt manufacturing, jeopardize the air quality of the community and its residents. Asphalt plants release cancer-causing pollutants such as arsenic, benzene, formaldehyde, cadmium, toxic air pollutants such as volatile organic compounds, VOCs, and polycystic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAHs, air pollutants such as carbon monoxide, sulfur dioxide, nitrogen dioxide, hydrogen sulfide, particulate matter that can be inhaled, causing respiratory problems. These chemical compounds and particulate matter also jeopardize the ecosystem of the local watershed, not to mention the animals that live in that 90-acre parcel currently. Please, please vote no on this proposed zoning change to, if nothing else, the safety of our children. If nothing else, do that for us. It would really, really negatively affect our community, Will County. We're a special corner of Will County. We're Bolingbrook and Plainfield and actually Romeoville, because Romeoville kids go to District 202 schools. It's an amazing amount of people and animals and the water, the environment that is going to be affected here. Please reject this proposal to change the zoning for this 90-acre parcel. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your service to the community.
My name is Kristen Swenton. I am a proud resident of Bolingbrook, where I've lived for 47 years and have chosen to raise my family. At this time, I ask that all residents of the Patriot Place community to stand. I am here to speak on behalf of our neighborhood, Patriot Place, and the 120 units within it. While some of my neighbors are present, many could not attend because of work obligations. We have taken off many days to be here for this zoning change. Regardless, our message remains unified and crystal clear. Make the right choice and vote no. We stand in solidarity with our neighbors, the Plainfield School District, and the villages of Bolingbrook and Plainfield. This proposal presents significant risks to the safety, environmental health, financial stability, and overall well-being of our community. I won't repeat the extensive reasons why this land should not be rezoned, but I take this moment to strongly urge you to vote against it. Unlike us, none of you live near the affected land, but for those who do, the consequences are personal and profound. This proposal jeopardizes our children, our schools, our safety, our finances, our future, and our overall quality of life. I appeal to you as mothers, fathers, neighbors, and stewards of this county with a responsibility to act in the best interest of the people you serve. Reflect on the voices and letters you've received and ask yourselves, as many of others have already stated, would you want to live next to what is being proposed? This rezoning benefits only a select few, not the community as a whole. As the 22 board members entrusted with this decision, you carry the responsibility to do what is right. Vote no. Thank you for your time and listening to all involved.
Good morning. My name is Brandon Gentry. I'm here today as a resident of Foxhurst Farms, speaking on behalf of myself and several of my neighbors who are unable to make it. Unfortunately, those neighbors are at work trying to afford the very homes that are affected by this vote. Homes that they've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars into in order to provide for their families a better quality of life and a safe and clean neighborhood. As a Bolingbrook resident and civil servant for over 20 years, I understand the importance of listening to and addressing the needs of those I represent, just as it is your duty as elected officials to prioritize the voices and concerns of the community you serve, the people you represent, those present here today, as well as those who have sent letters and countless emails clearly expressing their stance on this matter. It is your responsibility to listen and act accordingly. The proposed zoning change may be a benefit to a single individual, but comes at the expense of hundreds of families. So before casting your vote, I urge you to truly consider the perspectives of those affected. On a personal note, my wife and I take our grandchildren on walk every day after dinner. During those walks, we encounter several families doing the same thing outside, enjoying the fresh air, allowing their children to play safely in the school parks and the fields that they work so hard to maintain. The same schools and parks that is located right across the street from the mentioned area. Now imagine your neighborhood, imagine walking your kids or your grandkids to school or to the park across from dangers of active mining or quarry. Do not compromise the safety and tranquility of our neighborhood. Do not jeopardize the sense of security and pride we feel in our homes. Protect the vision of the American dream that we built and that we've been trying to build since we moved here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's simple math. 99% of the people are telling you this is a bad idea. 99%. Look at the emails. Thank you.
Good morning, Will County Board. My name is Vipul Chopra. I'm one of 6 elected HOA board members of Americana Estates, and we as a community and all surrounding communities unanimously vote no to this project. And furthermore, all of us have taken time off today out of our busy schedules to be here today. And I know I speak for everybody here that it makes 0 sense for us to grant an extension for another 2 months when nothing they say or do will change our minds to this expansion of the quarry. We all ask for a no vote for this project and the 2-month extension. And if an extension must be granted, we are asking for a 30-day extension because, as all of you know, in 2 months, we will be on spring break. Thank you. And again, please vote no.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Suhas Patel. I'm a Bolingbrook businessman for almost 27 years and also a resident in Bolingbrook for 27 years. Currently, I live in a Summerfield subdivision, which is a little bit farther than this development. And sometime with my work schedule, I'm like late night, I'm working, and sometime I hear the noises, the sounds of the equipment and the construction type of noise, with everything, quiet around me. And, I'm building a house in Americana Estate currently right now. One of the big, the home that I'm building. And now I'm even closer to, where I am right now. And I'm afraid that it will significantly impact, the quality of life, not only mine, but everybody else. As everybody is saying, it's the children, everybody, all the residents, and, whoever lives around that area. So, and then other thing I would bring it up here is, as their council said that, they will use this as a business opportunity for Will County, because now they don't have to transport some of the stuff from the Grundy County and other counties that they have quarries, which is going to even, prove that is going to impact more traffic and the trucking and, a more industrial, type of uses, right in our backyard. So I think this is not a good idea, as everybody is saying. It's loud and clear for, you guys to understand. And I would, strongly request, vote for no for this, and also maybe not find, more extensions, because everybody's time is very valuable to come here and speak. It's a waste of time for all these people to come back again to have our, the voice, hear loud and clear again. Thank you again. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Greg Heist. I'm with the HOA Board of the Lakelands Club in Plainfield. We've circulated a petition that's been signed by over 1,500 residents who oppose this zone change. They all agree this change is a threat to the quality of life of surrounding residents, school children, and the environment. I was a police captain for 30 years, retired now, ran the criminal investigation division, and handled over 20,000 criminal cases. I know a threat when I hear one. And everyone in this room heard it. What you have is a person that stood at this microphone and said the words, "This is not a threat, but." Now, what do you think comes after the but when we leave this room? What comes after the but was what came after. Vote yes or see what happens next. So when someone comes by and says someone wants to make things more palatable, what they want is time for you to go away. Stop the fight, and we'll vote on this later when they get their stuff in order. But I don't like threats, and the board shouldn't. I think he also talked about Chicago history. Well, there was a lot of Chicago history where threats were made to boards and to people. That's history. Maybe it shouldn't be done that way anymore. Author C.S. Lewis once wrote about integrity. Integrity is doing the right thing even when no one is watching. Luckily for you, thousands of people are watching, so you have their support if you vote no, which is what you should do. Thank you for your time.
Sorry, Mayor, I didn't see you earlier. I would have recognized you.
Oh.
Sorry.
Not at all. Probably didn't sign the right sheet. John Argadelis, Mayor of Plainfield. For most of you know, I once sat in one of your seats there, actually Ms. Schlappman's spot right there. It's nice to see a few familiar faces that have held out for a few years since I've been on this board. You've heard a lot of facts. I know I've been speaking with quite a few of you over the phone. I've been reaching out to you. Plainfield, as you know, has passed a resolution in opposition, unanimously adopted by our board. Along with Bolingbrook and our school district, we have been steadfast in our opposition to this. I think that's important to know that this is not, let me back up on that. Being in elected office, being on your board, I've been in the situation, in fact, specifically when I served on land use committee here, of an existing quarry that residents that moved in next to the existing quarry wanted to shut down. And the analysis was very different then because they moved in to an existing use, and therefore they have to live with what they moved in next to. You need to think of this as this is a brand new quarry you're putting in a residential area. You can say expanded, whatever. It's brand new. The operations, what will occur here are vastly different than what the expectations of the residents that moved into the existing quarry were. So now the analysis is who was here first? The homeowners were here first. The homeowners were here before this concept of an expanded quarry was proposed. I don't think any of us would want to put a new quarry in a highly residential area. It doesn't make sense. You know, you heard Mr. Davidson talk about contract purchasers. That's what usually happens. People usually get a property under contract, come and get their approvals, and then they buy the land. Well, they bought the land here. I have little sympathy. They could not have bought this land with the idea that, oh, no brainer, the county's going to give me expanded quarry. You need to do your homework before you get here. I was a little, you know, some of you again know that I grew up on a farm in Plainfield, and we were taught to be kind of blunt and forthright in how we speak. So I'm going to apologize in advance for my candor here. But Mr. Davidson, you have never sought to contact me. You have never called me. Nobody from your team has ever approached the village to compromise. This simply did not occur. And to stand at this microphone and to tell these people, many of whom we all know in our daily lives, both as lawyers and as elected officials, to tell them that you've reached out to me to talk to me and discuss this, it just doesn't happen. Hasn't never happened. My number is 630-327-9303. And anybody wants to talk to me, gives me a call. I would also suggest, and you heard Mr. Davidson say it, they need time to rustle up 17 votes. There is nothing new you're going to hear. You have heard misinformation that has been, flooding occurs on Essington Road. That's been repeated by the applicant many times. Not true. It doesn't happen. That's not an issue. So I don't know why I would, if I was a county board member, why I'd want to subject myself to 2 more months of arm twisting and misinformation. You have so much information in front of you. You have been getting emails from residents. You've been seeing our resolutions, our letters, my emails, and the applicant has been certainly pleading their case to you as well. I don't know what another 2 months would do other than prolong a final vote on something you already know. I mean, 2 more months to have more arm twisting, 2 more months to be buried in misinformation. I wouldn't want to subject myself to that. I think you probably, for most of you that I talked to, you clearly did your homework and knew exactly what was going on here and knew all the facts associated with this. I don't know what more you would learn with 2 months. And it's clear from the presentation, there was no reason offered to delay for 2 months other than I don't think I have my votes yet. And as far as the idea now, after all these months, now we're going to reach out and try to compromise. What have we been doing these several months? We have not been reaching out to the village of Plainfield. No one's been reaching out to me as mayor to compromise. I don't think they've reached out to the residents to compromise. Now, all of a sudden, we're going to find a compromise, and a compromise really can't occur here. And I hate to say it that way because I don't want to make it sound, as the residents have said, or as I'm saying on behalf of Plainfield, that we're not willing to talk. But what can you compromise about a new quarry? It either is or it isn't. You know, there's already offer to put a berm up. That's nice. It's always good to have a berm to protect yourselves. But an expanded quarry is objectionable to the residents of Plainfield and Bolingbrook who live here. And if it's objectionable to our residents, then it's objectionable to the village of Plainfield and it's objectionable to me as mayor. And I don't see any basis or any new discussion that hasn't occurred yet. I don't see any way that's going to move the needle in any way. So, you know, you'll just get a room full of people here 2 months from now. You'll subject yourselves to 2 more months of the same arm twisting and misinformation, and you'll be faced with the same point that you're at right now. It's time to you know, cut bait, as they say. What's the phrase? I don't know. But anyhow, it's time to make a decision. My dad had a more crude phrase on the farm, but I can't repeat that one now. Anyhow, last few things. Something I presented at land use is making decisions like this are sometimes very difficult for elected officials, and it's always a cost-benefit analysis. Many times we have situations where residents are opposed to something, but we see all these tax benefits or infrastructure benefits. There's some great benefit, and then we have to balance that. Resident opposition, and many times it's that NIMBY thing, not in my backyard, versus look at all these good things we can get for the county. We're faced this in Plainfield now with industrial development. There's all this tax revenue that's coming to the village with the industrial, but we're weighing it against residential concerns about traffic and trucks. And you weigh that. Where's the benefit here? What benefit comes to Will County and its residents? There's no tax benefit. There's no job benefit. The applicant has said they're not creating new jobs. So what benefit would come to the overall good of the county that would justify ignoring the strong opposition of all the residents and the 2 village governments that are adjacent to this property? I don't see it. And that's not going to change. There's nothing between now and 60 days from now that's going to provide, oh, wow, this is the big, it doesn't exist. I don't begrudge the applicant for wanting to make money on his property. That's a private business person wanting to do it. But he took the risk of buying this land, and he has the right to continue to do what he's allowed to do on that land. He does not have a right to put a brand new quarry, and that's what this represents, in a highly residential area with the opposition of the municipalities and the people 100% united in opposition. So I would urge you not to waste your time and delay this for 2 months. I would urge you to deny the request to delay it and then vote on the merits of the matter and deny that as well. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Alex Dio. I'm here to discuss rezoning proposal ZZ 24066. Before I get to my prepared speech, I do want to address a critical point that was raised by the landowner's attorney, which is an attempt to manipulate the facts and spin the rhetoric in their favor. The claim that A1 zoning permits mining is simply false. A1 zoning is strictly for agricultural and residential uses and does not include mining as a permitted activity. If the landowner wants to conduct mining operations as they proposed, they would need to apply for an exception or a special use permit, a process that involves a formal review and approval. The landowner's attorneys are trying to mislead the board by suggesting that mining is somehow allowable under A1 zoning. Without following the proper legal procedures, we must make our decision based on the facts, not on this type of manipulative and misleading rhetoric. Now on to my prepared speech. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak to you today. Once again, my name is Alex Dio, and I'm here not only as a concerned resident of Will County, but as a father. Standing with me, may not be able to see her, is my daughter, Ilaria, who is a second grader at Liberty Elementary School, just across the street from the proposed site for this rezoning. As a parent, I believe it's important for my children to experience pivotal moments in their lives, moments that shape their understanding of what it means to stand up for what's right. That's why Ilaria is here with me today. She's learning what it means to have a voice, to care about her community, and to fight for a better future. This decision will impact her life, her health, and her future in ways that she may not fully grasp yet. But I do, and I want to believe that you do too. We've seen what happens when industrial operations encroach upon schools. In Washington state, Bayer was ordered to pay $100 million after industrial operations contamination at the Sky Value Education Center caused illnesses amongst children. This wasn't decades ago. This case was decided 2 days ago. Yes, January 14th, 2025. We want to wait for a tragedy like this again to just happen before we take action here. This proposal includes underground mining, blasting, concrete and asphalt mixing, and handling debris. Clean construction and demolition debris might sound harmless. It's clean, right? But it is anything but that. It can release heavy metals like lead and cadmium, and even asbestos into the air. Underground mining releases radon and silica dust, known as PM 2.5. That, for everybody else, that is dust so small that it's virtually invisible that harms developing lungs like Ilaria's. It slows cognitive functions and causes developmental delays that ripple into every part of a child's future. And chemicals used in blasting, like ANFO, can harm lungs and disrupt neurological and physiological development in ways we're only beginning to understand. A 2022 study found that students attending schools near industrial zones face higher rates of asthma, developmental challenges, and reduced academic performance. Air pollution doesn't just harm their lungs, it affects their ability to learn, focus, and thrive. Do we want to create a legacy of preventable illness, developmental delays, and irreversible harm? This is the future we risk creating for Liberty Elementary and its students. These children deserve to grow, thrive, and learn in an environment that nurtures them, not one that slowly steals their health and potential. Members of the board, this isn't just another zoning decision. This is a choice about what you value as a community. Will you prioritize the health of our children, the quality of their education, and their right to a safe environment, or will you put industrial profit above their well-being? Look at my daughter. She represents, some of you can't see her, but she's here. She represents every child in that school, every future doctor, lawyer, leader. I ask you, how will you explain to them years from now that why you chose to gamble with their health? You have the power to stop this today. Vote no to this rezoning. Protect our children and protect their future. Thank you. And she wants to speak. Can I just steal a chair to bring it over here for her to? Okay, thank you. Which was better? She wants to face them.
My name is Ilaria. I am 7 years old and I am in second grade at Liberty Elementary School, just across the street from where this project might happen. I love my school, my friends, and playing outside at recess. When I grow up, I want to be a pediatrician, a doctor for kids, so I can help them grow up healthy and strong. But I'm scared this project will make it harder for me and my friends to stay healthy. What if the air we breathe hurts our lungs? What if it makes it harder for us to run and play, to learn, or to grow up to be what we dream of? Please don't let this take our future away from us. Please help keep Liberty Elementary safe, not just for me, but for my friends and all the kids who would go there after us. We need you to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's a tough act to follow. Whoa, nicely done. I'm Steve. Yeah, no. Children are everything to us. I mean, my name is Steve Betts. I'm a Liberty Green resident. And my wife and I used to live in Connecticut. We chose to come here. We searched for a place for a number of years and decided on the Liberty Green area because of the fact our grandchildren are close and it was a great community and it was a growing community. So with that, I can't believe we're here today, discussing this because so many of the staff people, the planning committee, all the constituents don't want this to happen. And we really, really are asking you not to make this happen because of the fact that not only the fact that we have home values that are going to depreciate, I mean, the fact that we have so many people in the community that are going to be affected. I mean, we drive by there every day. We see the beauty in the golf course. We see the beauty in the property. We just want it to continue on. We ask that you not vote yes on this. That's all I can ask for. I mean, Plainfield schools don't want it. Nobody wants this in the community. So please, please don't kick the can down the road. Vote on it today. Vote no, because that's what your constituents are asking you to do. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Jack Fleury, and I'm the president of the Lakelands Club Consolidated Homeowners Association. We are located at the corner of 135th Street and Essington Road in Plainfield, which is directly across the street from RE Land, the subject property. Our association represents 85 homeowners, and we unanimously oppose this change in zoning. We have coexisted with the previous owner, H&H Stone, for nearly 18 years, 5 of which the quarry was closed. In discussions with county officials, we have been asked, what were we expecting when we built homes near an existing quarry? Back then, until 2022, the property was surrounded by a 25-foot berm with mature trees. We did not expect that the protecting berm would be cut in half, mature trees would be removed, and expansion of the quarry to the north. And we certainly didn't expect underground mining and tunneling under Lily Cache Creek, which runs downstream directly behind several of our homes. In the fall of 2022, we noticed that the berm on Essington and 135th Street was being excavated. Members of our HOA board visited the offices asking for an explanation. A few days later, I received a call from a lawyer representative. I was told that the land was being prepared for a truck parking facility. When I protested, he asked what we wanted them to do, as they wanted to be good neighbors. I said we wanted the berm replaced. I was told that would never happen, as the cost would be prohibitive and they proceeded with the parking lot with hundreds of trucks and trailers in full view of our homes. As we all know, Bolingbrook sued, the injunction was upheld in 2 courts, and the trucks were removed. For months, a large piece of construction equipment was placed on the berm directly across the street from our homes, 75 yards from our property line. We viewed this as a single-fingered salute to our entire neighborhood. It has been stated that with this proposed change in the zoning, a new berm would be installed around the new property. Nothing is mentioned about replacing the berm that was cut down on Essington Road just a quarter mile away. It is clear that anything will be said and done to get this zoning change approved. Apparently, being a good neighbor is not one of them. 30 years ago, mining might have been the best use of this land, but all that changed when homes and schools were built in close proximity. Your Will County analysts have recommended denial. Your Will County Zoning Committee unanimously voted to deny approval. The villages of Plainfield and Bolingbrook which surround the property, and the Plainfield School District have all submitted their formal opposition to this zoning change. This land needs to remain agricultural to buffer the ongoing quarry activity to the south and east and to protect our Lily Cache Creek. We call on you to listen to your Will County residents and deny this zone change. Thank you for your attention.
Hi, my name is Brianna Hicks, and I am a Bolingbrook resident. I've been in Bolingbrook for over 30 years, and I'm a Fox Ridge Farm resident who's been there for over 15 years. So I'm here as a mother, I'm here as a resident. I have a daughter who has asthma who goes to Liberty School. I have a kid that goes to JFK. I have a niece that goes to Plainfield East. I'm asking you guys, as we are your constituents, you see Bolingbrook coming together, you see Plainfield coming together, to please vote no today on this opposition of proceeding with moving forward of this zoning. We care about our health, we care about our property, and as my neighbor said before me, the value of our homes depreciate. Our kids that are at Liberty that's going to be affected, their lungs. Think about their health. I ask you and I implore you guys to vote no today and think about if this was your neighborhood, what would you be doing? Would you be up here like we are all here today? Would you take time off of work? Because this is how important it is for us today to be here. As you see all of us here in the hallways, in the lobby, please vote no today. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Margie Benucci. I'm a village trustee in the village of Plainfield. I have been a trustee now going on 14 years and have had many, many times like you're having right now with many residents coming forward. I truly know the difference between NIMBY, which is not in my backyard, and people with legitimate financial, health, benefits, concerns, school concerns, and all the facts that were presented to you today. I can assure you this is not a NIMBY situation. People who've come into these neighborhoods, built their homes, beautiful, beautiful areas, Bolingbrook, Plainfield, maybe some unincorporated patches in there, and they've worked very hard for a very important thing, and that's the quality of life. And that quality of life is the most important thing for everyone. People want a nice home, they want a place to raise their children, they want healthy environments, they want a good school system. That's what's provided right now in that area. I implore you to vote no. This is not the best use of any of this. The situation is very simple, that all the facts that present, and this is my third trip here, by the way, and I will say I've never been to a county board meeting before that. So that's how important this situation was to me. And I can tell you that supporting the residents of all the areas, not just the ones Plainfield's involved in, is very important to me, because this situation calls for this board to be a hero, step up, and say no when you need to say no. The situation is, if you've delayed this down the line and you put it during spring break, there's 60 more days as was noted before, could be just a tactic, but it's also makes it more difficult for people to once again come, but I can guarantee you they'll come. And they'll be here, and they'll be coming again and again because this is such an important issue that affects so many. So I urge you, along with all my fellow board members who in Plainfield have strongly voted no to and voted to object to this and sent that letter, that I will tell you, please vote no, do it today, move on, and let's get back to the right things that we should be doing for our community. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Jason Turner. I am a Bolingbrook resident, resident of Americana Estates Subdivision. I have been a Will County resident for 23 years. My wife and I made the decision to move here after considering a number of different communities because of the vibrant growth we had seen emerge in Will County. We wanted to be a part of the growth that prior zoning commissions and boards decided to increase the residential footprint in the area we're speaking about. As the mayor of Plainfield said, the residents were here first. You've heard a lot about medical, personal, emotional, educational impacts from this potential change. What I would like to speak to you about is the financial impacts. This is my area of expertise. I'm the chief investment strategist, chief economist for the largest regional bank headquartered here in Chicago, and have been doing economic research for over 25 years. What I speak to you about today from a factual perspective is my area of expertise. Independent research conducted by several researchers, Malakoff, Son, and Haidt to be specific, have found impacts to homes and home values 5 to 10 miles from an active quarry. Those research studies included specifically studying underground blasting. The most significant impacts in those studies were found to be within the first mile, the 1 mile radius around the borders of the quarry. Separate research from Williams, Eckersick, and Haidt, and Diane Haidt's regression model is widely regarded as the authority on home value impact from mining. It's been used by the United States Congress as evidence in discussions on the subject. Those researchers found impacts between 4.9% and 30% to the home values within the affected radius. Haidt's model, which again is widely accepted as the regression model of choice, shows a impact of approximately 30% for homes adjacent to a mining operation, decreasing by 1% per 10% of distance. So for example, 29% at a tenth of a mile, 19% at a quarter mile, and 12% at a half mile. The mining industry commissioned a study in 2022 to in part hopefully refute some of that evidence, and that study found that there were material impacts to home values at least a half a mile from the impact area. So I conducted an economic study of the value of homes within the affected area, and to be conservative, limited my research to a half mile as found in the mining industry funded survey, and also limited the economic impact to 12%, which is the impact observed in Haidt's model at half a mile. To be sure, homes closer than half a mile have a higher impact, but I conducted the entire survey at 12% to be conservative. Within the affected area, there are over 1,000 homes. The aggregate home value today, based on data from Zillow, has those homes totaling $573.5 million in aggregate home equity value. In the first year, assuming a 12% hurdle and looking at each individual community's average home price, and the communities evaluated here are Americana Estates, Patriot Place, Liberty Green, River Hills, Foxridge Farms, Farmstone Ridge, and the Lakelands communities, the total loss in home value from an expansion of quarry activities up to the proposed border with a 0-foot variance is $71.7 million. So to be sure, a vote of yes to allow this zoning change is a vote to permanently destroy $71.7 million of home value in Will County. To put it more directly to the members of the board, this equates to $1.72 million in lost property tax revenue from the destruction of home value in year one. Now, the proposed quarry would be in operation for 50 years. Looking at just a 10-year compounding effect, the total impact in lost tax revenue over a 10-year period to the county is over $20 million in lost tax revenue to the county by simply voting yes here. Homes in that affected area, homes in Illinois appreciated approximately an average of 3.4% annually. Homes in that affected area would appreciate at 3.0% because of the 12% reduction, and that is the source for the data. I do thank you for your time. I'd like to comment once on the applicant's representative's claim that commodity prices change drastically based on a 1 or 2 county deviation from the location of the commodity being pulled. And I can tell you as an expert in financial markets, including commodity markets, commodities simply don't work like that. There would be a negligible impact from a trickle-down economic impact. And that's a question I've received from others after my comments at the Planning Commission's meeting. There is economic impact, positive economic impact from mining operations. I'm not here to tell you that mining is a detrimental activity. It is a beneficial activity to the economy of the United States and the regional economy. But as has been pointed out by many of the other speakers today, you have to evaluate that economic impact versus the real economic impact to your constituents that live next to it. From a supply-side trickle-down economics model of that economic impact of these mining operations specifically to the county, the economic impact on a positive basis is negligible. It is, in fact, a rounding error to the operating budget of the county. There's no benefit from additional hiring. There's no benefit from additional taxation to the business. There's no benefit from economic trickle-down effects, but there is an enormous, meaningful impact to the home values and property tax rolls for the county from an approval of this proposal. I thank you for your time and attention, and I would welcome the opportunity, if any of you would like to speak with me about this in depth or have questions, please grab me after the fact or reach out to me directly, and I would be happy to speak with you. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. My name is Janet Diaz. I'm a former Will County board member. I would like to speak on case ZC 24066, which everybody's been talking about. Okay, as you also know, I drive a school bus for District 202, so I took the time as a board member to go meet with the principal of Liberty School, which is also in District 202 and is at the corner of Essington and Reagan Road in Bolingbrook, which is right across the street for this affected area. The school is opposed to this. I'm guessing y'all got the email telling you this. They're worried about damage to the school, to noise to the school. The school is already having damage impacts to their foundation. They've already had to replace and lift the foundation up once. So I don't think we want to continue doing that. So I'm going to ask you to vote no. Land use is also recommending denial of this. Please vote no. Enbridge has a pipeline under this quarry, under this land. Quarry blasting next to an active pipeline seems contraindicated, so please vote no. There is a creek that would have to be crossed to do this quarry blasting. What kind of impact is that going to do to the water supply for those who are on well water, to the deer that would be drinking out of this river or creek? Please vote no. This is not a tax benefit to Will County. It may even become a burden if District 202 has to be replacing schools. Please vote no. I am asking you again to ask yourself, like everyone else here has been asking, what benefit is this to Will County as a whole? I don't really see any, so please vote no. And as a board member, a person who, not for the company, they were a spokesperson on behalf of the company, sent me back in October a gift card before this vote. I believe that was an attempted bribe. That is unethical. I want to let you know that I did reach out to the ethical attorney. He said that would be considered a bribe. So if you've received any such thing, you need to either return it or you need to send it to a non-for-profit. You cannot keep it. That is what I was advised to do, and that is exactly what I did. So for these reasons, please vote no. I have named 6 reasons why you have the right to vote no. This should be easy for you to explain this to your constituents. Have a great day.
Hi, good morning. My name is Michelle Krulowitz, and I'm actually here to speak on a different case. I just kind of kept stepping back because I felt all these voices should be heard as I started to listen to their pleas. I'm here in case number CZ-24-094. I live 3 homes east of this proposed group home business that is trying to get a special permit on Hickory Creek Drive in Frankfort, Illinois. Thank you very much for letting us and giving us moments to voice our concerns and opinions. Many of us were not able to be at the last meeting where this did get approved, as opposed to the first meeting where it did get denied. This was because of lack of us understanding how the board works, how the system works, and by all means, we are all correcting that at this point and making sure everyone we know knows this correction as well. We thought when it was denied at the first board that that's where it stayed and they would have to come back to that board to reappeal. We were wrong. Then we found out that the next meeting was scheduled for the day after New Year's and we couldn't contact anyone on New Year's Day. So only a few of us could come. Today I had to take off both of my jobs so that I could come here, and many other people couldn't get off. So I'm here to speak on behalf of them and many of my other neighbors. My first concern with the business, just like many of the other people that spoke before me, coming into a residential area, is basically the impact on the community. This particular business is coming to one plat in a subdivision that is not zoned commercial. As much as it would like to be explained in all of the meetings by the petitioners that this home and the occupants that come to this home would consider this their place of home and their residence. That consideration, though, would only be for the time that these petitioners seem fit that those people live there. It was stated when we brought up concerns that if they needed any additional information or any differential help, in regards to more help for what they were coming in for and more assistance medically or anything like that, that they would not be able to no longer be living at that residence. This was also explained after comments that we, the constituents, were not able to reverse and talk to because we didn't understand that they got to talk, we got to talk, they got to sugarcoat it, and then we got to say nothing. It was then pointed out that the one business owner, the female, is the person who would decide and who would assess who is allowed to come in and who isn't allowed to come in. The special permit that they're asking for right now is for 55 or older and people that need help with 1 or more daily activities. Once the special permit is approved, they are asking for it to be transferable. This also raises a bunch of concerns. So in other words, should we form relationships with these people that they're considering at their home? They're considering us their neighbors. Should we form different attachments to them? Do we go grocery shopping to them? Do we watch their children be born? Do they go off to college? Do they watch the grandchildren and that we had all these years have watched before them? Also, this business can charge up to approximately $3,000 an occupant, which this can hold 6 people. So basically, they're getting an $18,000 income per month, but they're still just paying the taxes as a resident. This gives no financial benefit for this business to be inside our neighborhood. A big concern is that this permit that can be transferable. Once that door is open to special use, this may open it for use that could be used for what stated other than the use that these people are explaining. They state that at the first meeting, they said, if it was not transferable, would you guys still be okay with this? And they stated that they would. So at that first board meeting, both the transferability of the permit and the permit was denied. We asked that the transferability portion be denied for this. We feel that another business wants to come into our residential neighborhood, we should be able to know what they will be doing with that property, as they may not have the same motives as the person or the people that are giving our intentions now. It was also stated in both of those meetings that the Village of Frankfort and the Village of Tinley Park had no concerns about this. This property is located in unincorporated Will County, so it's not part of either village. So of course they have no concerns with us. They don't consider us, our section, their residents. You can confirm that by trying to go to the villages and sign up for any classes, a pool permit, anything like that, because you have to pay a non-resident rate. They were also told that, so as a person, I went in to talk to both villages, and as I spoke with them, they basically, both different villages had said that they do not know of anything in there. I went in there asking, is there anything like this in your neighborhood? Could you give me some guidance to put someone in a home like this? Neither Frankfurt nor Tinley Park said they had anything like this. One did tell me to go to Hanover Place, which is a bigger building, which is more like an apartment assistant building. Then when I said, okay, well, how about in Frankfurt Square? And they said, oh, well, that's not us. That's not our residents. You need to speak with Will County. So that's why I'm here today, to speak with you guys, because technically you're my mayor, you're my representatives, not them. So they obviously don't care about our little section that's included in by them. We already have to close down schools due to numbers, and if we keep allowing the special permits and more businesses to come in and use up single-family homes like this and do different things to our land, that is reducing the amount of families that could come in, and again, reducing the amount of students that would be using our school, and would cause more schools to close. In the second meeting during their presentation, because after the first meeting, they came back to the second one after they were denied with a beautiful presentation and more tweaks to what our concerns were. In the second meeting during their presentation, they brought up the Fair Housing Act. I just wanted to point out, because they're insinuating that we have a problem with them purchasing the house. So I do want to point out that we do not have a problem with them purchasing the house or any other person that would be on that list. Nor do we have a problem with the renter or the occupant that will pay these owners who don't even live in Will County to live in their business. In the first meeting, the petitioners, when they asked the occupants, were free to come and go as they please. We raised a bunch of safety concerns. There's a pond in the back that's owned by the Park District. We have a curved road in front that is well-traveled at high rates sometimes. Will County sheriffs have sat out in front of my house before, said it's a perfect spot to get someone. They also have very minimal streetlights, no stop signs, and other concerns that we had. At the one meeting, they said the doors would be locked because the staff would live in the basement, which raised a whole bunch of more concerns, but we weren't allowed to ask them at that last meeting. So the second meeting, they came back and they stated that him and his wife would be there with any occupant that wanted to leave the building. So which is it? Or does the answer depend on who you're asking? Property values is a big concern with everyone, as it was the people that spoke before me. One of the board members at the first 4.5-hour meeting stated that there was no proof on how things like solar panels and other businesses come into the middle of a neighborhood and affect the value of the property. They asked a resident, where's your proof? And they said, well, it's too new, we don't have proof yet. And basically, we should have just accepted that answer. They also stated that you probably wouldn't know a difference if you just drove past one. Well, please look at it from our perspective. Using me, say I'm a potential owner. Me and my husband came into this area 24 years ago, and we picked this house for certain reasons. Say that same couple comes today and drives south down Harlem to get to us. They notice the state-of-the-art high school, Lincoln Way North. They come down towards our street and they notice the junior high, Summit Hill. They come to our neighborhood and they look at our yard and notice that it's a beautiful backyard with a pond and everything that the Park District has to offer. They notice at the other end of the block that there's grades 1 through 4 at Indian Trail. As they're starting to look through the house and they start talking about the great high school that they see on the Harlem on their way in and how the schools are great proximity, the realtor has to disclose to them that no, your child won't go to that state-of-the-art high school. That high school has been abandoned and basically shuttered, but you're still paying taxes on it, by the way. This also then can tell that a few of our elementary schools have been closed down. So to that potential buyer, what's to say the one at the end of ours won't be down because other businesses are using this house as different things. They may not take away how much I could ask for my house, because anyone could ask a price for anything, but it sure would deter someone, because I would start asking other questions. Well, what other things in the neighborhood do I not know about? And then you might have to disclose that there's a group home next door that at one point was just 55 or older, but they had the special permit, and then they were offered more money and they sold it to another place because that permit was transferable. So we are definitely asking to please think of that when you are choosing. As we sat in the first meeting for hours and heard about all the different businesses that got up and got to talk, it kind of broke my heart for some of the residents of Will County. As today, as I sat here and listened to the people of Bolingbrook and all the people before me as well. Fighting these companies who were given plenty of time to give presentations, and their lawyers were still fighting hard to be told that at the other meetings, which I'm glad it did not happen today, to please make your comments brief. And if someone else says it before you, don't repeat it. We need to keep this moving. I was very offended by that. These people are here fighting hard. We're fighting for our livelihoods. We're fighting for our homes. The permit being asked in this situation is luckily unlike some of the other permits. The one we were told at the meeting, which I'm starting to learn a lot more about, was basically stated for the solar panels, that they were told that in no way, shape, or form can they deny these anyways. But these people still got up, just like all these people today for the mining. They got up and they still stayed here, and they took off work. They took time away from their families to fight. This permit is not like that. This permit, you do have a choice whether you choose to pass it or not. We, the residents of Will County and Frankfurt Square, plead with you to choose us, your residents, over a business. Again, there's one other business that got approved for this usage. They're the only ones that seem to have that they accept and want this to pass. We did a little digging into the information because we did not know this was in our property or in our subdivision. This, again, is our fault. We were naive. We didn't really think like this. We weren't raised like this. This little girl that talked today, luckily her parents are telling her right to pay attention, to pay more attention to the people. And we will start to do that from now on. Both of these businesses, the one that was approved and the one that is looking for approval, they don't even live in Will County. They live in Cook County. So why are they coming over to the unincorporated areas trying to put this through on their side? So I know, again, you do have the choice, and we hope that you choose with your residents over the businesses. And if the choice does come not in our favor and profit is being chosen over people, we hope that you at least make it not transferable, because every single person in this community, every single person that you represent deserves the right to know what's in their community, to know what's being brought in. And it shouldn't just be like, we'll give you this special permit and then you can sell it off to someone else. I thank you so much for your time, and I do hope that you agree to say no to this special permit. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Caitlin Chuck with the law firm Rosenova & Whitaker, and I'm here on behalf of Pulte Homes. This is regarding ZC case 24077 regarding a special use permit for rural events at 14151 West Chicago Bloomington Trail. Again, I'm here on behalf of Pulte Homes. I submitted a couple of letters to this board expressing formal concerns with the special use permit. Specifically, we don't necessarily object to the actual use, but we would like to see more conditions in place on the special use permit. The staff report for the Plan Commission meeting does not take into consideration that there will be a 490 unit residential subdivision immediately adjacent to this property and how those residents will be affected. Specifically, the 8 homes that will immediately abut this property will be age-restricted residences. So we want to make sure that they can also maintain quiet enjoyment of their property. Our biggest concern stems from the hours of operation and amplified music. So again, these are age-restricted residences. We want to make sure that they can enjoy the quiet enjoyment of their property post-retirement. In relation to the amplified music, the staff report notes that the applicant must follow the Will County noise ordinance. We are seeking clarity as to what standards they are required to follow and whether these standards can certainly be placed into the ordinance approving the use as well. I asked staff at the Land Use and Development Committee meeting to clarify which noise ordinance the applicant will follow, because the staff report just notes they have to follow the county ordinance. Staff did not provide a response at that meeting. So the issue here is that there are different restrictions in place for residential districts. The A2 district is classified as an agricultural/residential district. permitted uses in the A2 district include single-family homes. So we can reasonably conclude that the subject property is within a residential district in the context of the section of the code that governs noise restrictions in residential areas. So again, we're once again seeking clarification on this matter so that the applicant has clear regulations that they must follow when their events are in session and if they receive the special use permit. Another point of concern that was not acknowledged or addressed at the Land Use and Development Committee meeting is regarding the existing and proposed accessory uses. A2 has a maximum accessory area of 3,000 square feet. Currently, the property is improved with accessory structures totaling 4,462 square feet, so they already exceed that limit today under the code. Pulte has concerns with the additional 7,200 square foot tent that is proposed with this event center. The applicant may state that this is temporary, but the code does not distinguish between temporary or permanent structures. It's just considered accessory area. Even so, the staff report does know that the tent will be subject to all building permits within Will County under the county's commercial building codes. So therefore, in our opinion, it is an accessory structure that needs to conform to the accessory area that will be maintained on the property for these events. With the tent, the total accessory area on the applicant's property is roughly 3 times the code minimum. In our opinion, the county cannot legally approve the site plan as presented because proper notice was not given for a variance on this application. So we are requesting that this issue is addressed today at this meeting before approving the site plan. Lastly, we appreciate the applicant's site plan changes to relocate one of the parking lots. However, one parking lot remains immediately adjacent to the property line along with portable toilets, and these will be adjacent to those 8 age-restricted residences. In many places, there are screening requirements that are in place where a parking lot is adjacent to residential uses. We're asking that the parking area be set back considerably from the property line and that screening is in place between the properties. We are also concerned with gravel parking as this does create dusty conditions and ongoing maintenance as well. So a paved parking area, in our opinion, would allow this area to be striped so that we can see that appropriate parking is maintained for the event center and that the dusty conditions will not impact the adjacent residents. So to quickly conclude, to grant a special use, and the applicant needs to answer several standards in their application. We feel that the standards as of today have not been met because as proposed with the current site plan, it will be a detriment on the age-restricted residences immediately adjacent. So thank you so much for your time this morning.
Good morning. My name's Mark Bidlake, and I live in Farmstone Ridge, and I'm here to ask you to please vote no on Zebra Charlie 24066. You've heard a lot of voices this morning. You've gotten a lot of letters. You've got recommendations of mayors, communities, your own Land Use and Development Committee. The facts are clear. You heard one voice this morning, an attorney for one person, the 100% owner of an LLC, essentially a sole proprietorship. And that attorney spoke of the great wealth under the ground that will only flow to that one person, that sole proprietor, who I'm sure cares nothing about all of us, about Will County, its pocketbook. The attorney asked for a delay to propose a compromise. And I can't envision any compromise that makes this change acceptable. None whatsoever. It's either a dirty, noisy, polluting, disgusting, dangerous mine, or it's not. Where's the compromise? A number of people spoke eloquently and passionately. And we're going to hold that passion strong. You're not going to wear us down. You're not going to make us tired. We're not going to go silently into the night. And I ask the board to not put yourself in a position to be arm twisted, cajoled, to have skids greased, or whatever else untoward might happen if there is a delay to try to influence this decision in a wrong direction. Each of you as board members have an obligation an obligation to act in the best interests of the entire county, not just the district you represent. You may not represent the area where I live, but you do represent Will County. And there's a mission statement out there on the wall that speaks to the reason that the county executive and the board exists. It's to promote the health, welfare, and safety of Will County communities and Will County residents. Health, welfare, and safety. And you've heard loud and clear that that's what this thing is about. So I ask you, please, do the right thing. Vote your conscience. Vote ethically, vote responsibly. Honor the work of this community, the people that are all here, your own committee, Bolingbrook, Plainfield, and please do the right thing. Vote no. Put this issue to bed. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Lindsay Freight. I'm a Farmstone resident and a mother of 4 children who attend Liberty and JFK. I was not planning to speak, so I don't have anything eloquently prepared like the rest of these wonderful speakers, but there was a few things that did not come up that I thought were important to address. I think the reason that we're here is because in the beginning of January, there was a special land use meeting where this passed, oh, I'm sorry, this is for ZC 24066. Where this passed with a 3-2 vote. So I'd like to respectfully, but personally address the board members who voted to move forward on that vote. Maybe it's naive of me, but I have to believe that the 3 of you voted, maybe without having seen the land personally, not knowing the feelings of all of the residents, schools, and villages around. Because I'd love to urge you to look at the platforms that you ran on. I read a little bit about all of you, and I know, Mr. Petzel, you're a community member in New Lenox. You own businesses in Bolingbrook. I'm sure that you value the integrity of other fellow business owners in Bolingbrook, which this landowner has proved that he doesn't run with integrity. Ms. Winfrey, you ran on the platform that you value preserving the quality of life for our citizens and improving Will County and continuing to preserve Will County. I truly believe that you care about that, and that knowing now what you've heard today, you can maybe reconsider that this will not improve the quality of the citizens of Will County. Ms. Ogala, I know you've coached youth sports for a number of years. So do we. My husband's coached our 4 children for years and years. And it's been on the fields that are directly across from this proposed zone change site. From where I'm standing to probably the other corner of the room would be where they're practicing soccer and baseball and where this new development would take place. We've been able to do that because our community has these beautiful fields and paths and ponds, and our kids have been allowed to have what I consider like an old-fashioned childhood. They can ride their bikes, they can fish in the ponds, they can practice sports and play at the parks. And I just strongly urge the board members who may not have had all the information to reconsider after what you've heard today. Those of you who maybe weren't at that first meeting to consider what you've heard today. I know that there's health concerns and property value concerns that have already been spoken about, so I'm not going to speak to those, but I just want you all to understand that this area is truly in a residential area where our kids are practicing sports and playing and going to school, and we all invested in this area to have that peaceful kind of old-fashioned community. I just would really urge you to end this today. We have everybody here, and everybody's taken off of work to come. Made arrangements for their kids to get to school at the start of this meeting. I just really hope that you've listened to everybody and you would imagine what you would do if it were your own children and your own family. I know that thinking about it that way will hopefully encourage all of you to vote no. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brad Higgins. I'm here to speak about ZC 24094. I'm very concerned with the precedent that's being set in our community with approval of such properties. I don't think anyone should have to live in fear that anytime a house goes up for sale or is foreclosed on in the neighborhood, that a commercially run for-profit group home is going to take its place. The community was built as single-family homes and been used as single-family homes for 50 years, and the community believes that it should stay that way. I'm personally not naive to the growing need for affordable senior housing. I am empathetic to that cause, but on the same note, we have a similar shortage in affordable single-family homes. I think it's important that we preserve the homes that we still have, and I think our area knows this shortage just as well as any. In spite of all the growth we've seen around our communities over the past 10 years, we've had 3 schools closed due to low enrollment. The approval of this rezoning would have a direct impact on 2 schools that are 800 feet and a quarter mile away, respectively. Sorry. I've never spoken to more of my neighbors than I have in the past month. Not one of them has been in support of this change. I have a genuine concern that if people begin to feel like they don't have a say in the future of their community, that they will begin to leave. And the precedent tells me that they can be replaced with businesses and landlords instead of single families. I live in the exact same model house as the one that they're trying to convert into a group home. I can't fathom living in that home with 5 other adults, let alone 5 other adults that are disabled in some capacity and the care staff that comes with it. Add in healthcare providers, vendors, visiting family. There would not be a moment of peace in that house. It would be mayhem. I've lived in that house for 20 years. I can assure you that 2 of the 3 bedrooms are far too small to comfortably fit 2 adults. The walls are thin, the doors are thin. If these people aren't disturbed by someone sleeping an arm's length away from them, they will certainly be able to hear everything going on in the rooms and the bathrooms up and down the hallway. The home has a very open layout. The address in question, even more open than mine. These folks will not have a private place to take a phone call. They will not have a private place to visit with family. The more I've looked into it, I struggle to see how being shoved into living quarters like this would be good for anybody's physical or mental health, let alone those already in need. I would never send a loved one of mine to live in my current home with 3 other housemates, let alone 5. The mere suggestion tells me everything I need to know about the proponent's intent. I believe that an approval today would be a betrayal of the community's trust and a prioritization of profit over quality of life. I do have something that I would like for you guys to see. It's a blueprint of the home so you can get a better idea of what the spacing is actually like. Additionally, in their proposal, the section of the home that they labeled as a kitchen is in fact a 2-car garage. I don't know if this was an oversight or an attempt to make the footprint of the house appear more larger than it really is. That's all I have. Please vote no. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir, again, I don't know if where our attorney's gone because this is new evidence. Why don't you give it to we'll give it to your chief of staff and we'll just verify.
Hello, my name is Joe Brady, and I am also speaking on case number ZC 24094. I actually live, it has to do with the house being rezoned for the group housing as the gentleman before me. I live directly east of the home in question. Now, the gentleman that lived west of me emailed me this study, The Effects of Group Homes on Neighborhood Property Values, which was also forwarded to Ms. Newquist and Mr. Butler. On page 626 of that study, it shows that homes within 200 feet of the group home suffered up to a 20% property reduction. That's one of my main concerns. Let's see. Other concerns are the house has no fencing around it that I worry about late at night walking the dog. There's a pond in the back. It's pitch black out there at night. I worry about maybe somebody getting out, somebody coming into my property, somebody falling into the pond. Also, I have reached out to the people on Graceland that live around the home that was already approved. And from what I get from them, they experience a lot of people sitting in front of their homes, whether they're going to visit the people in that home, they don't know. They're just sitting in their cars. They're not familiar with these people. They've actually had a hit and run there this month across the street from the house. So they're figuring somebody backed into their car. They said the other night, the woman that owns it, 2 of their young kids showed up at the house, teenage kids, because they could tell because the loud music was banging when they pulled up. So they look out their window, they see 2 kids going in there into the home, and they're wondering like, what are they? What's going? Why is somebody there? Unless maybe somebody didn't show up, a caregiver, whatever, and she's sending people over there to be with these people. They're not sure. They don't know what's going on. I talked to Ms. Newquist yesterday, and she mentioned she was kind of leaning towards no, not approving me because that people are calling her and voicing their opinion. But she also said that R5 is already zoned for group housing, and I guess my question is if the people don't want it, as an elected officials, I'm hoping it's your job to do what we want in our neighborhoods. I know when they were zoning R5 50 years ago, they were probably not thinking of people coming into the middle of a block and opening up a business. Maybe it was for condos, apartments, on the outskirts group, not in the middle of a block. And so I'm hoping that you will hear us and vote against it. Thank you.
My name is Paulina Paleothedoros. I am speaking regarding zoning case ZC24077. I am the homeowner, and my husband and I are requesting the special use permit for this property. So I just wanted to address a couple things that I think Pulte's legal representative came up and spoke regarding. So we have addressed these previously, but I'm going to reiterate our position on these. So one being screening, buffer zones, and developer responsibilities. We are fully committed to implementing appropriate screening measures to minimize any potential impact of our operations on neighboring properties. However, it is important to note that Pulte, as the party introducing a dense residential development into an established agricultural area, bears the primary responsibility for designing and funding effective barrier zones. This responsibility includes implementing landscaping, berms, or fencing on their property to protect their future residents from the normal activities associated with agricultural properties. Their proposed development directly borders our property, which we have planned for conversion into a dry lot for our horses. This use is entirely consistent with our agricultural zoning and involves standard practices such as horse care, manure management, and routine maintenance. We do have obviously every intent to make sure during drier weather that we are watering the dry lots that we do have for our horses, but then also for any potential guests that we have out of respect for them. They've also included exceedance of accessory structure limits. We addressed this issue at the January 2nd board meeting, but we would like to reiterate our position regarding the proposed 7,500 square foot tent. We understand the concerns about the exceeding 3,000 square foot limit for accessory structures in the A2 district. It is important to note that our existing structures are solely for animal confinement purposes and do not count toward the total square footage allowance. We are not using existing buildings for events. The size of the tent is a reasonable and necessary accommodation to host larger gatherings. We are committed to working with the county to ensure compliance with all zoning requirements. Furthermore, the tent is not a permanent structure and 7,500 square feet represents the maximum size, and there may be occasions where smaller tents or no tent at all would be used depending on the event. Another concern is noise ordinance, hours of operation, and community impact. We will fully comply with the Will County noise ordinance and hours of operation condition of 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. as established by the Land Use and Development Committee. These measures strike a fair and appropriate balance between community concerns and the success of the business. Pulte's suggestion to impose additional restrictions beyond what is required by ordinance is unwarranted. Our proposed rural event aligns with the values and characters of this community, adheres to relevant zoning regulations, and enjoys strong support from our neighbors. By contrast, Pulte's proposed development threatens to disrupt the agricultural and rural qualities that define this area while placing unreasonable demands on pre-existing properties like ours. We respectfully request the board to approve our special use permit with the conditions already established by the Land and Use Development Committee. This project represents not only a meaningful addition to the community, but also the accumulation of significant effort, investment, and vision on our part. We searched long and hard for the property like this, one that would allow us to create a unique venue while preserving and enhancing the agricultural of the area. Character of the area. Since purchasing this property, we invested considerable time, energy, and resources to make it what it is today. Despite the challenges of high interest rates and economic uncertainty at the time of purchase, we recognize the long-term potential of this investment, not just for our family, but for the community as a whole. Our venue will also provide unique opportunities for children and families. With farm animals already on the property, we plan to host children events that connect them to rural life, agricultural, and animals in ways that are both fun and educational. This will be a special feature of a venue that enriches the community and creates long-lasting memories for young visitors. Looking ahead, if all goes well and neighboring properties are open to it, we'd love the opportunity to purchase additional properties to expand and preserve the rural nature of the area. This is a long-term vision that aligns with our goal of balancing urban growth with the preservation of open spaces and agricultural traditions. This type of rural event has proven highly successful in other areas, and we are excited to bring this business model to Homer Glen. With planned hotels and other developments nearby, our venue will serve as a valuable asset to the area, attracting visitors, supporting local businesses, vendors, and benefiting the urban and rural communities of Will County. Thank you for your time and consideration. We will remain available to address any questions.
Good morning. The line rose again. Sorry. My name is Susan Prock. I am a resident of Americana Estates. So just for the record, we'll repeat again, it's Zebra Charlie 24-066. And it's interesting, this political process of which I am generally not a part. I think there's a lot of cynicism, right, in our country that democracy isn't really working the way it should. I think this is an amazing opportunity for you guys. Thank you for your public service to restore faith, at least at this very local level, that it does work, that the balancing the needs and wants of the constituents, your job is the greater good. And I sat here, I was at the last meeting. I think we were quite surprised as residents to find ourselves here at this meeting with it actually on the table, and frustrated with the prospect of an extension, having taken time off and found ourselves here on a work day when it's not our obligation to make our thoughts and information. You've heard from experts. I will not repeat. I think the villages of Plainfield and Bolingbrook and the school superintendents have done a great job as the experts of telling you why they're objecting. The homeowners have also given some more emotional than other pleas as to why they're objecting. And the only person that showed up for the applicant today was the attorney that basically threatened everyone that if you don't agree, something bad will happen. Just watch what we'll do. And the only thing I am an expert in is commercial real estate. And, you know, I go around the country.
I deal with institutional investors and family offices and people that buy land all the time with visions of what they can do and visions and pro formas of the money they can make. And I would tell you, based on what I know and what I've been told by others, this applicant isn't transparent, nor does he have the integrity to say exactly what he intends to do. I think he bought it without the appropriate conditions, and now he's disappointed that he can't do what he really wants. So I implore you to please take advantage of the opportunity to restore faith in the system, that you guys that have been voted by the people to balance the greater good, you've got 1,500 people that have taken the time, overcome apathy to tell you, please vote no. Please do not extend, versus one who has a profit motive. So a vote of no is an obvious one to most of us in the room. For those of you that would choose to vote yes, I would hope you would extend us the courtesy of telling us why. And if you're balancing, an obligation or something that you feel you owe someone on the other side, please don't do it at our expense, not on this vote. Thank you. Appreciate the time.
Hello, my name is Brad Johnstone. I'm a 30-year resident of Plainfield in the Lakelands, and I can't add anything to all the eloquent speeches that have been made here. I can only ask you, how can you possibly deny the continuance and vote for this? It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Al Sharif, joined by my wife Thera. We want to start out by thanking each of our board members for their services to our community. We stand before you today to seek a special use permit in order to serve our senior population in a group care home in Frankfort, Illinois, under zoning case ZC 24094. According to the zoned R5, the current zoning permits for a single house environment group care home of 6 individuals with disabilities. Essentially, the residents that we are seeking are not sick enough to be classified as disabled. Residents will also be required to have a physician's clearance in order to be cleared to live at the residence. Thus, since age is not classified as a disability, we are seeking a special use permit. I want to emphasize that this is not a rezoning. I want to talk a little bit more about our mission. I myself have worked as a director in senior living for many years. My wife, a nurse practitioner with many years of experience within senior care. We put everything we have worked our entire lives into this home due to a beautiful location overlooking a pond and walking path that we know our seniors will love. Our mission is to provide healthy seniors with a place they can truly call home, where relationships and personalized care take precedence above all. We want the families of these seniors to have peace of mind that their loved ones are in good hands. Our priority is to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood. We are essentially a home first. We want to emphasize that we differentiate from a business model. While we understand that the home must be financially sustainable, the focus is on quality care. We will prioritize our seniors first by investing in high staff to resident ratios, offering personalized care plans, and building strong relationships with families and residents. This will promote an independent living approach for our seniors. Our goal is to give our seniors independence in our home while maintaining the integrity and residential character of the neighborhood. Our goal is to ensure that our care home feels like a natural part of the community. We strive to have a small resident capacity that fosters intimacy and shared meals in a family-style setting. We understand that introducing a new residential community can be scary for our neighbors. We are fully committed to addressing any concerns from our neighbors to preserve this residential feel. We prioritize safety and will have 24-hour security and surveillance on the property. We have done our own individual outreach in order to address concerns. We have also been in contact with the owner of the group care home that was previously passed in March. She shared that after running her senior home, there were no complaints from her neighbors, and they were even invited and participated in her holiday gatherings. I want to point out some comments she shared with us. My loved one has blossomed since coming to Zion. The staff truly cares and it shows in every interaction. And from another, I feel like I found a second family here. The warmth and kindness is truly remarkable. We strongly believe that our group care home is an asset to the community. It provides a valuable service to the community by supporting seniors. We have future plans to engage in the community, such as volunteer opportunities, neighborhood activities, and an open house where we plan to invite the members of the board as well. We see ourselves as part of the community, not separate from it. Our goal is to create a space that benefits our residents, families, and the neighborhood as a whole. We truly appreciate your support as we pursue this home first environment for our seniors. Thank you.
Sir, hold on. I think you're going to have a question since you're the applicant.
You just finished with, you said you feel as you're a part of the community. I don't know if you mentioned it. Did you guys say you lived in this neighborhood as well, or not? I guess it's just background information for me.
We live in Orland Park.
Orland Park. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I grew up in Mokina for 20 years. Yeah, of course.
A question for the applicant? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Thank you for being here today. I love the concept of your venture and your desire to care for seniors. It's really needed. It was mentioned that it's a 55 and older, or there's kind of a fine line between 55 and older and senior. A senior home tends to be with individuals that need a little more care. So I just need a little more clarification. Will the residents in the home, will they be senior or will they be active 55 and older? I've heard both.
Yeah, so they'll be 55 and older just from an age basis. And then in terms of needing assistance, they'll need assistance with 1 or 2 daily living activities, such as like bathing, toileting, feeding, etc.
Okay, so in that case, typically, the individual may require a walker. Will anyone be wheelchair bound?
Yeah, we would,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, and again, and I think you mentioned none of these people probably will drive or have a car.
No, cars would be outside.
Okay, so that's not necessarily an active community, very different there. So as far as ADA compliance, right now, the home, we've got a floor plan. Is it ADA compliant or are there improvements that have to be made? For example, you've got the entryway, you've got, I'm not sure if there's stairways.
County Board Member Burke, just so you know, I don't know if he may not have what you have because that was
Well,
given by.
Let me ask the question.
Well, no, can he see what I'm going to say, because I want him to be able to answer your question. I want to make sure he has what you're looking at. So if you can just hold.
Oh,
that, because
certainly.
he was given, that was.
But,
given by-
but I,
Yeah, you can
I
answer
think
the
he
question.
probably knows the floor
Well, we
plan
don't know
of
if
the home.
that's it. Even not by the,
Okay.
the owners. I just want to make sure you have the same thing.
So I guess, is that correct? The floor plan you're looking at, is that accurate?
So in terms of, this is my first time seeing this diagram here. I know that drawing in the bottom left corner is actually what we provided as a requirement through our staffing coordinator, Ashton Kirby. And we kind of just drew out how the beds would be separated in the home, how that entrance to the home looks like and everything of that sort. But in terms of ADA compliance, that certainly is our next step in this plan, to have the IDPH in the home for that inspection, to make sure that we're getting those railings on the walls, make sure that we have the railings in the bathrooms, have the ramp to the entryway. So anything that's needed there, we also have the fire department come to the home as well. So that way they could start
You
off.
have had, or you will? You have had the fire department come?
Yeah, we have.
You have?
Yeah.
And they've given you guidelines of what you need to do?
Yeah, so they said that once we have the residents in place, and this was the chief of the fire department in Frankfurt, he said once we have residents in place, he wants to have like a drill, so that way we could see how quickly we can evacuate, and then it's going to be based on that to see what.
Okay. Now, there was a mention about the garage. Is it a garage, and are you planning to convert that to living space?
No conversions will be made in the home. That is certainly a garage. And that, so the way that the home is set up, I don't know if that was kind of misconstrued in the image provided.
Well, you have, if this is your drawing right there, you do have kitchen written in there,
Mhm.
and for some reason, there's a red X.
Yeah, so there's a kitchen, and then from the kitchen, there's this door that leads into a hallway, and that door would remain closed off while we have residents in the facility because that leads to the garage and leads to a basement. So for the safety of our residents, we want to make sure that they don't have access to that stairway that's going downstairs straight into the basement. So that locks off. There's a front exit to the front patio, and then there's a back exit to the back patio.
Okay.
And that's where.
So given that, in this, I sit on a board, a nonprofit and we care for special needs adults and seniors. This is very important to me, so that's why I'm asking you these questions. You mentioned separation between the beds. So some of these rooms will have more than one occupant, more than one bed.
Correct.
Okay. One of the things that occurs is all of a sudden, a healthy individual may all of a sudden become ill
Mhm.
and sick, and you may need to isolate that individual. Do you have the ability to do that?
No, so in that sense, that resident would need to be either transferred to the hospital or transferred to a nursing home because we will not provide direct nursing care because we're not a licensed nursing home, but rather more of like assisted living field.
Okay, so do you have a plan in place to act? Because that would be your role. The hospital will not do that.
Mhm.
Do you have a plan in place to address that?
So we'll work with nursing homes in the neighborhood to make sure that we're kind of keeping up with their census, kind of seeing if there's availability. So that way, if need be, our resident could be transferred there. We'll be building relationships with those community nursing homes as well. But I think that first step in place would be to request that the family or we can ourselves transport the patient to the resident to the hospital, so that way they could get screened for emergent care, and then the hospital could also help in making those next steps of where they need to be sent to as well.
Okay, it's a little more difficult than that, so you probably, especially if you're waiting for a bed somewhere, sometimes you have to wait multiple days. So you have to have a more concrete plan.
Right.
I would focus on that. In addition to this, one of my concerns is if you have more than one person in a wheelchair, this isn't going to work. There is not enough, there's not enough functionability in this house right now, the way it's designed and the size of it. You said they won't have access.
County Board Member
to the-
Berkowitz, when interrupt for a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
So Member Berkowitz, your questions are all very important questions to be asked about the operations of this facility, but they really aren't criteria for making a zoning decision. And in an effort to keep that record clean, if we could confine the questions to those that you need to make in order to determine whether or not this is an appropriate zoning issue. Operations are, under this circumstance, are more of an Illinois Department of Public Health issue or a health department issue. So, and absolutely you should, have conversations with the applicants on that, but it's not part of this process.
Thank you, Mary. I appreciate that. Thank you for your time. I appreciate your answers, and perhaps we can talk about it moving forward. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
County Board Member Newquist.
Thank you. I've had the pleasure of speaking with your wife and your neighbors quite a bit in the last few days, and I really appreciate everyone's time, and I really appreciated all the neighbors that contacted me and talked to me about this. But I'm kind of curious, so I just want to clarify that, as you mentioned, this is already zoned for a group home. So you could, in theory, open a group home for disabled adults without any special use permit from us, without any intervention from this board. So I'm just kind of curious as to, you know, like, is that something that you've considered, or are you really focusing on seniors?
Yeah, so as our goal, given that my wife and I have both specialized in senior care, that's where we want to continue our passion and our career in assisting seniors and assisting those family members to help their loved ones being cared for and have the activities for them, have that positive energy in place for them. So that's really where the scope of our goals kind of lie.
Thank you. I don't see any other, you're good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come up.
Good morning, members of the Will County Board. My name is Angela Feria. I am the project developer for Anemone Solar. This is case ZC 24-110. I'm here today to focus on the unique features of this project, as well as to talk about the local impact and outreach that I've done, and would respectfully request that you approve this project for the following reasons. First, a unique feature of this project is that it uses high-density racking technology, and what this allows us to do is that it allows us to build these solar panels closer together. And as a result, we are able to build a project of this size, which is a 5-megawatt facility located south of New Lenox Road and east of South Brigg Street on a smaller land footprint. And as you'll notice from the application, we are only using 19 acres of land, of which 13 acres of land will be used for the project, and the remaining extra acres will be used as a buffer. Furthermore, since this is a fixed tilt facility, the maximum height of these solar panels will not exceed 4 feet in height, which is about the height of this podium. And we will also be installing an agricultural fence and installing vegetative screening along the entire western portion and the northeastern portion of the project site in order to mitigate any viewshed impacts from neighbors. The next point I'd like to make is that in addition to the landscape and vegetation management plan that I've submitted as part of this special use permit application, we will also work with the county and the Will South Cook Soil and Water Conservation District to develop or to establish a conservation plan. And as part of the landscape plan, we will be installing a cover crop of oats, annual rye, or Japanese millet, depending on the season, in order to serve as a soil erosion control and weed suppression measure. Finally, beyond the neighbor outreach that I've done before even appearing before this board and the Planning and Zoning Commission, I would like to highlight some of the local impact and community outreach that we've done in the Will County and Joliet area. First, we helped support the Will County Farm Bureau Foundation to provide a scholarship to support students seeking higher education opportunities. And second, I've also engaged with Tara Neff. She is the executive director of the Nature Foundation of the Will County Forest Preserve to support either their habitat restoration activities in Will County or to also support an educational field trip that focuses on identifying local native prairie grasses and plants in the area and understanding their importance. Third, we're also proud to partner with the Lincoln Way East High School to fully fund a science, technology, and engineering program. where the two freshman classes built solar suitcases that produced electricity. And these solar suitcases were then deployed last year to schools in Marawi, East Africa, since they were in need of electricity. And with the success of this program, we're also excited to add a few more schools to the Will County area, or possibly partner with the Joliet chapter of the National Hookup of Black Women to support a summer program similar to what we established last year. And finally, we are also proud to support the Mount Olive Baptist Church community in specifically as it aligns with our workforce development and workforce training programs for Will County residents, and also provide necessary critical community facility upgrades. In closing, I would like to respectfully request that this board approve the project, and I thank you for your time in considering and reviewing this project, and I will be available for any questions. Thank you.
There's a question for you if you want to hold on. County Board Member Williams.
Yes, thank you. I was wondering, is this energy that's going to be produced, is it going to be used by the community, or is it just in general on the grid?
The energy that is produced will remain local, and to the extent that how we define local is it will remain in ComEd territory. And yes, residents of Will County and any residents within ComEd territory can use this electricity. And how electricity works is typically it flows to the nearest point, the path of least resistance. So most likely the energy that we will produce will be deployed to the Will County area and beyond.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. It is still morning. First of all, Will County Board members, my name is Mary Alexander Basta. I am the mayor of the Village of Bolingbrook. Thank you so much for your patience today. I know it's been a long meeting, but hopefully you have gotten some good information. Thank you to those who have taken my call, and thank you to those who have returned my messages. I have dialogued with almost all of you, and that is very much appreciated. Before I go further, I would like to thank all of the residents that have taken time off from their jobs, from their schools, from their lives to continuously come and show their support for case ZC 24-066. Thank you so much for being here. To the 3 Will County Board members that represent Bolingbrook, your residents have spoken. To the 3 Will County Board members that represent Plainfield, again, your residents have spoken. To all of you here today representing Will County, your elected officials and residents have spoken. Would have been very easy for myself and Mayor Argadelis and even the Plainfield School District to bring attorneys here and represent us. Very easy, very doable. We have them on staff. We chose not to do that. The petitioner did that because he has an array of attorneys and an overabundance amount of money. Some of you who have been previewed to those gift cards. We chose to go a different route, and that route is listening to the people. As elected officials, that's what we're here to do. Listen to the residents that we are sworn to support. We have done that. You too should do that. Letters that have come in, I understand it's about 250. Those are not form letters. Those are individualized letters. A petition of 1,500 people, that should resonate with you. To say that there is no benefit to a quarry is a mistake. There is a benefit to a quarry. There's just no benefit to a quarry in this location, a new quarry, extending the life of a quarry for 50 years after residential homes and schools have been and will continue to be constructed in the area. We've talked about safety, we've talked about traffic, and for those of you that might be a little bit confused because you're getting bits and pieces of information, the facts are the residents have spoken. There have been no side deals. Let's put that to rest. I've been mayor of the Village of Bolingbrook since August 1st of 2020. The only time I have dialogued with anyone, dialogued with anyone, was regarding the parcel in Bolingbrook. And we see where that outcome is, and that was prior to the purchase of that parcel. So like Mayor Argadelis, to say conversations were had, they weren't. But also, you heard directly from the superintendent of PSD 202 that they were not in approval. You also had heard that the therapeutic horse farm had approved it, and that too was a false. Whether you make this decision today, in 30 days, when the residents can come again and not impact their spring break for them and their children, or in 60 days, you have heard directly from the residents. There is no compromise that can be offered to them that will make this acceptable. Please do what is right, not how you feel as a person, but what you should do as an elected official. Put people ahead of profits, and let's satisfy our constituents. Thank you so much for your time and your patience.
Madam Executive, I'd like to make a motion to close public hearing.
The motion to close public hearing, Member Pretzel, is there a second?
Second, Mitchell.
Second, Ortiz. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler. Newquist. Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Revis. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Trainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
22 or 20 in the affirmative. The public hearing is now closed. Before we move on to the land use cases, I do want to mention that we did have a handful of cases zoning cases from 24094 that were supposed to be read into public record and were not. And so you have that information before you vote on zoning case 24094. We're going to quickly read those into the record for public comment.
Gerald Mahoney, I do not want rezoning of 7551 West Hickory Creek Drive to a group home. Zoning case ZC 94094. I vote no.
So does everyone understand why we're doing, I just want to make sure the county board knows, these were not the exception that were read in at the beginning, so, all right.
I have become aware of the rezoning attempt for the property at 7551 West Hickory Creek Drive in Frankfort, Illinois. PIN 19-09-24-207-002-000. I am 100% opposed to this request. Unfortunately, I am unable to attend the public hearing on January 16th, 2025. Please use this email to record my opposition to the rezoning attempt. Jean Repa. I am writing to voice my concerns regarding the rezoning of 7551 West Hickory Creek Drive in Frankfort Square. I feel the placement of a business, any business, in the middle of a family residence neighborhood is a mistake, and I would act as a tear in the fabric of the community. That, I believe, is the very point of having zoning laws in the first place. As background, I reside in this neighborhood and have for well over 30 years. Additionally, I am retired Will County Sheriff's Police Lieutenant and used to patrol these very same streets, so I have some standing and understanding in this matter. Therefore, I urge you not to approve the rezoning of 7551 West Hickory Creek Drive, Frankfort, Illinois, 60423, case ZC 24094. Respectfully, Michael R. Weber. Dear Will County officials, I am writing this email regarding the subject item. Hickory Creek Drive is a residential street filled with single-family homes. Listening to the news, we hear about the shortage of starter homes on the market. This area is perfect for a young family to grow. There is an elementary school at the end of the block where my children attend and made many new friends. There is a park adjacent to the property in question where many families enjoy visiting. The high school district is very desirable as well. I vote no to this rezoning attempt and would like to see more families enjoy this area for years to come, just as we did. Regards, John and Mary Turek. To whom it may concern, as a 31-year resident of Frankfurt Square Road and taxpayer, we are opposed to the rezoning of 7551 West Hickory Creek Drive from single home residential to group home for nursing home facility or other type of businesses. This is for your current zoning case ZC 24094. This area is meant for zoned for family single home residential properties. There is ample opportunity for such a nursing home, business, or single non-residential property to be conducted on Lincoln Highway. Rezoning of the Frankfurt Square Road area from single home residential to a group home for nursing home or other businesses opens up the family neighborhood to other possible businesses like this changing the makeup of an area meant for single home residences. In addition, we are opposed to having business in the family neighborhood allowing the storage and use of potential dangerous drugs. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to express my concerns against rezoning case ZC 24094. Sincerely, Michael and Shirley O'Donohue. We are vehemently against rezoning of 7551 West Hickory Creek Drive, Frankfurt Square. We're not sure why Will County even gets a vote on this when Frankfurt Township voted no. We watched this type of bad decision destroy our last town because of the caregivers not obeying the village ordinances and neglecting the people and property they're supposed to be caring for. We also know firsthand the type of substandard caregivers these places hire and the danger it puts the people they are supposed to be caring for in. As a community, we have deep dive into this operation, and these people are not who they represent themselves to be. We are confident that rezoning would be a problem for the community and our quality of life. Debbie, Brooke, Rachel, and Jason Rue. To all concerned, my name is Sandra Bennett, and I have lived at 7509 West Hickory Creek Drive since 1975. My deceased husband and I bought this house and moved in when it was new construction. We raised our 4 sons in this house and lived through the growth of this neighborhood and the town of Frankfurt over the decades. The block and this neighborhood have always been a safe family environment with many families raising their children here. Children play on the sidewalks and streets and in the park. This is a residential neighborhood of single-family homes, and I believe it should remain zoned single-home residential for families, not businesses. There is already adequate space zoned for business in the township. Please do not make any zoning changes. I am 80 years of age and will not be able to attend the January 16th, 2025 meeting in person. Please help me and make sure that this letter is read out loud during the meeting. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Sandra Bennett. Dear elected officials, there will be a committee meeting held on January 16, 2025 regarding the rezoning of 7551 West Hickory Creek Drive into a group home. I am writing today because on the 16th, I will be unable to attend. I am the neighbor of that home in question, and I am writing to plead with the community, to the committee to please not allow this decision. I fear that the allowance of this rezoning will have a potential negative impact on my property value. I am citing a study done in DuPage County and this link that shows potential of this occurrence. Our neighborhood is a family-oriented residential neighborhood that is bracketed by 2 schools. The home being rezoned is surrounded by families with young children, a children's park, and a park district neighborhood recreation area. Opening this avenue to allow businesses into our neighborhood leaves the door open for other business to intrude into our pleasant residential neighborhood. I implore you to please not allow the sanctity of our family residential neighborhood to be violated. Sincerely, Matt Ascalunas. Dear committee members, I am writing to ask you to vote no on this rezoning. I have lived in Frankfurt Square for over 25 years. It has always been a neighborhood or single-family homes. I don't understand why this is up for discussion. The house in question is suitable for a single family, not a group home. There is not enough room to house 6 adults plus caregivers. Each room would hold only 2 twin beds and a dresser. If I understand correctly, the minimum age will be 55. That is still very young. So someone that young needs supervision, may have mental health needs that are better suited in a real facility with a staff, as well as someone who is up in age who has dietary or mobile issues. This, I don't believe this single-family home is the correct size to meet the residents' needs. I believe, as it has always been, this is the perfect size for a single family. Please vote to keep my neighborhood as is, single-family housing. Please note no rezoning this property. Sincerely, Kim Garcia. I am strongly asking Will County to not rezone the single-family small home at 7551 West Hickory Creek Drive in Frankfurt Square. This is a lovely family neighborhood with strong community ties. If you rezone as a group care home, I'm afraid for sale signs will quickly seen and property values will drop. This area has held firm to many to remain the caring neighborhood we moved into 27 years ago. If rezoning occurs and property values drop, homes might sell less community caring families because of our great school districts. I envision the neighborhood changing quickly. The home butts up against a park district path, fishing pond, and playground without so much as a fence to separate it. It is also very near a K-6 school and junior high. A month ago, the Will County Land Use Department told the business owner requesting rezoning to become a licensed nursing home administrator. He has not complied with this rezoning, enable abuse, neglect of other such horrors within our community. Please deny the rezoning and allow a lovely family who will care about our schools, parks, and neighborhood to live in that cute little home. Thank you for considering my opinion, and please consider, if this was your block, what your neighbors would want: a lovely family or revolving door of strangers. Nancy Mayfield.
Thank you. Chair Pretzel.
Thank you, Madam Executive. First up on the agenda this morning, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance as amended for zoning case ZC 24066, RE Land ILIV Inc., owner of record, Artem Zakharov, agent, and William Graft of Graft and Jordan, attorney, requesting a map amendment from A1 to I3, a special use permit for mining, quarrying with blasting or other use of explosives, a special use permit for concrete and asphalt mixing, a special use permit for clean construction or demolition debris, fill operations, a variance for the location of open pits and shafts from the side property line from 50 feet to 0 feet, a variance for the location of open pits and shafts from the side property line to from 50 feet to 0 feet, PIN number 0701361000010000, 0701361000020000, and 0701363000001000. This is in Wheatland Township, commonly known as the southeast corner of Essington Road and 127th Street, Bolingbrook, Illinois, County Board District Number 9. So I want to say this, zoning cases are really tough. And if this board voted no to every case that comes before us where people come and object, we'd soon find ourselves in a position where no new businesses or development want to come to Will County. But this case is obviously different. The amount of attention that this has gotten from local residents, elected officials is very uncommon. We don't see this every month. And I want to be very clear that I don't take it lightly that so many of you have taken off work, had to get babysitters, endured the cold temperatures today, waited in line to come here out of your comfort zone to make public comments. That doesn't fall on deaf ears, and it's been extremely impactful and given us a lot to think about. So with the request of the applicant, I'm going to make a motion to postpone this case until March.
Folks, we need you to,
until the March meeting.
thank you.
So, hold on a second.
Hold on.
So, again, I don't take this lightly that this will force many of you to take off work again, find babysitters, and come back to this meeting. So my intention here, the reason I will support postponing this is not to give the applicant more time to convince board members to vote in their favor. Rather, I implore you, the applicant, to use this time wisely. Use this time to meet with the Village of Bolingbrook and explain the
Folks,
truck
we need,
routes that you have planned.
we need to listen, please.
Meet with the superintendent of schools and discuss how this won't impact the students through noise and vibrations. Meet with the mayor of Plainfield and all the HOA presidents and convince them that this won't result in more cracked foundations and shaking homes. Meet with the family that cares for a child with autism and convince them that this won't have a terrible effect on the quality of life of that child. Meet with Alora's parents and tell her how this won't impact her recess time. Use this time to spend with these people who have taken time out of their lives to come and object here today. If I find out that you didn't, you will not have my support at the March meeting. So I move to postpone this to the March meeting.
A motion to postpone. Is there a second, Butler? Discussion on the postponement. So please, I'm going to go in order here. Postpone, discussion on the postponement. So you guys are in new seats, so just give me a few minutes as I navigate the system here. So first, we have County Board Member Newquist.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So I am generally not in favor of this project and will probably be voting no, but I'm in favor of the postponement because I've had so many questions. And I have to say, everyone coming here and speaking has only generated more questions. And this is a really big decision for everybody involved. And I just want to make sure that I am making it with the facts and not, you know, an emotional issue on my part. So I will be supporting the postponement and with apologies, but I feel it's really the best way to make sure that we have all our ducks in a row. Thank you.
County Board Member Revis.
Thank you to all the residents who came out and voiced their opinion. I know I got a chance to speak with most of you before the meeting started to try and explain the technical and the strategic reason why you would possibly be in favor of the extended time period. I just want to make one other, reality, shed some light on a reality. The applicant purchased this land to do something with it. I know we all wish it would stay beautiful open space. I used to work at the golf club across the street. I practiced in the baseball field right there for many years when I played on one of the baseball teams in my area for St. Mary's. I wish it would stay open space, but unfortunately, it's likely not going to. The applicant could go talk to a solar company and they could put solar panels on these 90 acres, which will have a constant buzz, possibility of leaking chemicals into the ground, fires, risk of fires. And unfortunately, as a board, we wouldn't be able to say no to that. So I think with this additional time, it will allow the applicant to meet with Bolingbrook, meet with Plainfield to try and get this project to a place where residents could be happy. That doesn't mean if we're in favor of the additional time that we're in favor of the project, but we have to accept that there is something coming to this parcel of land, whether we like it or not. I know it would be nice to keep it beautiful green space, but unfortunately, there are personal property rights in our country, or fortunately, I actually think, and the applicant gets to try and pursue to do something with the property. So I know the applicant knows where I stand. I know the residents know where I stand. Any resident who has emailed me, I have responded to. I will continue to do that. So if you have any questions, please reach out, but I will be in favor of the extension. I know that was disappointing and I hope you understand my reasons why. Thank you.
County Board Member folks here, as I said at the beginning, I get that this is very emotional. County Board, we've listened to the comments. We were asked to give a reason why. I heard one of the folks up here say, please explain why. So I think they're trying to honor that. Again, as disappointing and frustrating it is. So we're just asking you if we could please move on with this. County Board Member Williams.
Thank you. I am not in favor of postponing this. I think that because the applicant has had plenty of time to contact people that he probably should have contacted before now, he contacted me. So if he can contact me, he should have been able to contact the businesses and all the residents and all the other political figures that he wanted to contact. There's no reason to extend this other than he just wants it extended perhaps to try to dissuade people from doing this or whatever. But the fact is, he has had ample time. Now, I was contacted last summer. If he could contact me, he could have contacted everybody else that he is purportedly going to contact now. So I'm a no.
County Board Member Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I am also going to be a no on the postponement, but I'd like to talk a little bit about my experience and why I'm going to be a no vote for the extension. So my personal experience in dealing with the applicant and his representatives, we took a tour, myself and former County Board Member Diaz. And while we were on this tour with the applicant on his site, he did everything he possibly could to swindle and sway us and convince us that this was a good project and that fellow neighbors and the school district across the street and also the organization Therapeutic Horse Farm, Ready Set Ride, was in support, is what he told us. He took us on a tour of the Ready Set Ride organization, got to meet all of the very nice people there, and was telling us all these things that people were in support, the school district was in support, and Ready Set Ride was in support, and that he was just trying to work things out with some of the residents. Since that time, I have contacted the superintendent of Plainfield School District 202 and was actually informed that they were never in support of this project. And actually, a couple days ago, I received an email from the owner of the Ready Set Ride organization, who also let me know that they were not in support of this map amendment. So to me, that just tells me that this applicant has zero integrity. And as far as the extension goes, as Board Member Williams said, I have been contacted by the applicant. Obviously, I went on a tour at his proposed site. However, since the extension, he has not reached out to me at all. In fact, the very last communication we had was from one of his representatives who was offering me a donation to my campaign. Now, as one of my former board members had said, I do believe this was a bribe. I did not entertain this message. I did not even respond because my vote cannot be bought. So with that being said, I have not received any type of communication or dialogue from the applicant or any of his representatives since then, and I represent this area. So I think he should be reaching out to somebody who actually represents this area, which he has not. So again, why would we vote for this extension? For him to try to supposedly come to a compromise with residents? I think not. I think that he is working very hard to try to persuade more board members to get to that special number 17 that he needs to get, so that he can just bypass all of the concerns. As we've heard here from residents today, he's not reached out to school districts, to mayors, Mayor of Plainfield, Mayor of Bolingbrook. He's not reached out to any of the HOA presidents. We've heard from students here at the local school district who have taken the day off of school to come and express their concerns. And that really pulls on my heartstrings because I myself am a parent. I have 3 children, one of which is a 7-year-old second grade daughter. And I would definitely not support a project like this across the street from her school. So with all of that being said, I just want to thank everybody who came here today. I think that the applicant does not have integrity. I think that him sending his lawyers down here to make threats and misinform the public that this is a permitted use, it is not in fact a permitted use. It would be a special use. So yes, you would have to ask for permission. It's not, oh, we're going to do it anyway. That's not how this works. So again, with the one person who I received in support of, compared to the thousands of people who have signed the petition, the hundreds of people who have reached out to me via email, via phone call, via text message, I think that we know what the greater good here is, and that is to vote no to this. Our land use staff has said that it is not compatible with future plans. It is not safe. They have recommended denial of all of the map amendments and special use permits. And I think that this project goes against my values as a community member, as a teacher's assistant at Bolingbrook High School, and as an elected official who is beholden to the people. As Mayor Bolingbrook so eloquently put, we need to put people over profits. And frankly, I don't even think this would be profitable to us either way. So thank you so much again to everybody who came out, all of the elected officials, all of the people who took time out of their day to come voice their opinions, and I will be a firm no. Thank you.
We have Brooks. We have County Board Member Brooks, then Butler, then Berkowitz. County Board Member Brooks.
Madam Executive, when I arrived here on this morning, I was fully intending to support my chairman of the Land Use Committee and vote yes for delay. However, I want you to know what made me change my mind. I think you all should know. Those of you that may not know, my full-time job, I'm a minister. I've been in Pastor Church 45 years. And how I got started was my mother put me on a bench one day, put me behind a podium, and made me talk to 200 people. And the rest of it is history. So even though there's been a lot of emails, hundreds of calls, people showed up, my vote is based on one person, the little girl that stood behind the podium. I vote no, no, I vote no. Thank you.
County Board Member Butler.
So I just want to say that your time wasn't wasted here for sure. Because honestly, I was a hard yes on this. And after hearing everything, I got 2 pages of questions. And I can guarantee you, if these questions come out in your favor and I find out that I was being misinformed, I will have no hesitation with voting no. But I need that time to look over these questions. So I don't want you to think you wasted your time at all, because otherwise I would have voted yes.
County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you, Madam Executive. So I'm encouraging my board members today, my fellow board members, do not postpone this. The residents have gone through enough. They have had multiple times taken time out of their day to attend planning and zoning meetings, land use committee meetings, and multiple other board meetings. I have seen a lot of energy on their part to get involved and to step up and to fight for their communities. For that reason, I will not support postponing this vote today. In addition to that, as far as board members not being prepared, we've had plenty of opportunity as board members. There's the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting. That's information for us as board members. There's the Land Use Committee meeting. That's further information and inquiry that the board members should refer to. During that, I'm talking about attending or listening and reviewing the committee meetings. We record and we make our meetings publicly available for everyone to review and to listen to. And county board members can do that as well. If there's a land use case in my district, I'm on it from day one, the minute I see it on an agenda at planning and zoning. I recommend everyone do that. If there's a case in your district or near your district, start. Don't wait. Don't wait. That's part of our job description. This project is not in my district, but it's in my township. And it impacts me, even though that's not my district. People will call me. I know they will. And I will answer that call. So when I see this on the agenda, my research starts then. I'm prepared today to vote on this. I don't need any more time. And if we're going to be more effective, we need to be more proactive in our communities. My district has 3 industrial sites. And I have researched this project, talked to the residents, not all of you, and I apologize if I did not respond because, quite frankly, it's incredible. My mailbox is bulging, and but it's been a great overwhelming response, which I appreciate. So we have some facts that came out in committee, which if you take the time to listen to that committee member or that committee meeting, they talked about the underground mining. They spoke about the asphalt operations. There were lengthy discussions there. We don't need to go through this anymore. It's all out there. So I'm prepared. I think we need to put this to a vote today, take care of it, because this is not fair to the community. In addition to that, let's not forget, we did have elected officials come here representing their communities, taking the time out of their day, not sending someone else, but taking time to be here themselves, representing the community as their mayors. Bolingbrook, the parcel on the east boundary of this project is zoned residential. I invite all of you to come to one of my industrial parks where I have a senior, 55 and older adult community right across the street from an industrial use. We're not looking for more of those. So this property is zoned residential. It's in there. This is not compatible. Thank you for your time, but I encourage all of you, let's not postpone this. Thank you.
County Board Member Hickey.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I so appreciate everyone who has sent emails, sent letters, come to this meeting, come to land use meeting, planning and zoning meetings. I completely understand that you are making every attempt to be heard, and I, for one, am listening. But I take the responsibility and the gravity of this vote very seriously. I have spent time on the property. I have talked to planning, and I've talked to land use. And I am very likely a no on this project. But I feel that we should, like Member Newquist and Member Butler, I have a whole bunch more questions that I have, just trying to get down to the actual facts of this case. So I know it's disappointing, and I'm so sorry, but I will be in favor of tabling this until the March meeting. But I'm, again, very appreciative of everyone coming out. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker Van Dyne.
Thank you, Madam Executive. With my recent new role, I've had the opportunity to work with both sides of the aisle, and I have done so on this particular issue. And I feel like it's my job, after talking with both sides, that it is in their opinion, the majority of the board would like to give the opportunity to have another 60 days to have the client interact, as Frankie Pretzel had said, with the Village of Bolingbrook, the Village of Plainfield School District. So with that being said, I feel the majority of the board wants this extension to get more information, so I will be in favor of the majority of the board and be a yes for a table.
Thank you. I don't see any more light. So this is, you're voting for the postponement for 60 days. County Clerk, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlottman. Yes. Pretzel.
Yes.
Butler.
Yes.
Newquist.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
No.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan.
Yes.
Freeman. Revis.
Yes.
Mitchell. No. Member Mitchell, you were a no? Okay. Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
Yes.
With 14 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Chair Pretzel.
Next on the agenda, number 2, overturning the decision of the,
What's that? I'm supposed to add that the public comment will be read that was written in at the time we hear the actual case.
number 2 on the agenda, overturning the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission and approving appeal APCD 24004, RE Land ILIV Inc., an Illinois corporation, William Graft of Graft and Jordan Attorney. This is for zoning case ZC 24066, a variance for the location of open pits and shafts from the side property line from 50 feet to 0 feet, a variance for the location of open pits and shafts from the side property line from 50 feet to 0 feet in Wheatland Township, commonly known as the southeast corner of Essington Road and 127th Street, Bolingbrook, Illinois, County Board District Number 9. I would actually like to make a motion to postpone this one to the March meeting as well.
Second.
By Pretzel, seconded by Oxley. Is there any conversation on the previous roll by Logan, seconded by Trenier, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Next on the agenda, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance adopted and approved as amended for zoning case ZC 24092. Scope Investments LLC, owner of record, and Vincent Testatori of Castle Law, attorney, requesting a map amendment from A1 to I2, PIN number 0317-1720001100000 in Wilmington Township, commonly known as vacant property on Lorenzo Road, immediately west of 25109 West Lorenzo Road, Wilmington, Illinois, County Board District Number 1. Land Use and Development voted 5-0, approving this map amendment from A1 to I2. PZC was 4-0 with the same amendment, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Any discussion on this case? County Board Member Trenier.
Yes, I just sort of noted, and it might just be a Scrivener's error. Because I didn't, it says PZC, A1 to I1, and Land Use Committee, A1 to I2.
Good catch.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer for you.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch it yesterday when I was looking.
Hold on a second while we verify.
Super tough one, man. It's weighing on me.
It's I2. It's to I2. I2. So we have a motion and a second. We will have a clean roll call. So Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? Pretzel? Butler? Newquist? Oxley? Brooks? Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Mitchell? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne? Yes.
18 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Number 4 on the agenda, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance adopted as amended for zoning case ZC 24082 Cosmopolitan Bank and Trust. Owner of record, Keegan Wilson of Wilson Industrial Sales Company, Inc., DBA Wilson Chemical Solutions. Agent, Vincent Tessitore of Castle Law, attorney, requesting a map amendment from A1 to I2, a special use permit for a truck terminal. PIN number 0317171000090000, 0317171000150000 in Wilmington Township, commonly known as vacant property on West Lorenzo Road, Wilmington, Illinois, County Board District Number 1. This also passed through land use 5-0 and PZC 4-0, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Van Dyne, seconded by Richmond. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 5, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance as amended for zoning case ZC 24077. Nick and Paulina Pelathodoris, owner of record, requesting a special use permit for rural events, PIN number 1605341000150000. Homer Township, commonly known as 14151 West Chicago Bloomington Trail, Homer Glen, Illinois, County Board District Number 4. Land use and development was 4-1, approving with 6 conditions. A special use permit for rural events. They did add a 6th condition under an amendment. And PZC was 7-0, approving with 5 conditions for a special use permit for rural events. And I so move.
Second.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Dean Schlottman. Any discussion? County Board Member Newquist.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So it sounds like the owner of the adjacent property that's to be developed still had more conditions that they wanted to put on this, or did I misunderstand that? Because if that's the case, maybe we should postpone to let them go back and work out the conditions.
So the attorney for Pulte Homes is requesting more. And they did send a legal letter, which was reviewed by our legal team. Our legal team feels like we can go ahead and vote on this today. I will say the Village of New Lenox is 100% against this project, as is the attorney for representing Pulte. This property was recently annexed into the Village of New Lenox. Pulte Homes is under contract to build 490 new homes over the next few years. Several, I think, a large portion of that is going to be homes for a 55 and older community, which happens to be pretty close to this. That's the reason for the objection. The attorney for Pulte has a couple of concerns, and I believe you all have a letter to read about this, but one of those concerns is the amount of accessory space. And right now, they're already exceeding the county allowable for accessory space. And they do have plans for special events like a wedding, for example, to put up a 3,000 square foot tent, which would have them at over 3 times what the county's allowed accessory space is. So the Land Use and Development Committee did have questions about noise ordinance. The county does have a noise ordinance, and included in that, they would have to end all speaker music at 10 p.m. on the weekends. So I will say this. We've had mayors of villages come before us before to say they don't want something because it doesn't fit their comprehensive plan. And this board has agreed with them and stopped what otherwise would have been a well-received project. This is more than a comprehensive plan. This is a project that is well underway. There's 490 homes that are coming to this property, whether, you know, it's not part of some down the road, maybe if a lot of these things happen. I mean, this is a done deal. And some of those are for 55 and older. So I do understand why the Village of New Lenox is objecting to this. I understand obviously why Pulte Homes doesn't want it. And for those reasons, I will not be supporting this.
Hold on a second. Go ahead.
So are you saying that there would be no point in asking the two parties to go back and look at the conditions again in hopes of coming to an agreement?
If this board would like to do that, I would support that. I don't think it's a bad idea. I do think that we have, I think Kelly Krasinski is here from, that's,
We can't, we're beyond that now.
Yeah.
Mr.
Oh, okay.
We're beyond that. Yeah.
I mean, I would make a motion to do that. I'm not quite sure what the motion should be, except to have them try to come to some agreement on some of the additional conditions that they're requesting.
yeah, I would support that motion.
Okay. All right, then I will make that motion.
Can you repeat your motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion that we, I guess, postpone this maybe to give the parties time to work out any question about future conditions or additional conditions.
Is that?
– 30 days, let's do a 30-day.
Yeah. Make amendments in the middle of discussions. It happens all the time. So, but I just want to make sure she's doing the correct.
Yeah,
motion.
I want to make sure I'm doing the correct
Do you-
verbiage.
Yeah, you can either remand it back to committee or you can postpone it until the next county board meeting. But generally, more conversation takes place at the committee level.
All right, well, I'll remand it back to committee then.
Okay, so you're making a motion to remand the back to
I'll
committee.
second that.
Yes.
Seconded by Pretzel. Okay, any discussion on remanding it back to committee now? Remanding it back to committee. So I have you in order here. So County Board Member Oxley.
Yes. Some of this, who started first? Did Pulte purchase the property originally, or these people?
We're gonna get,
there?
land use, can you please come up here? 'Cause unless, I don't know if you have all these answers, Mr. Pretzel, so.
I don't know. This has been in the works for quite some time.
The rezoning the property for the event center.
I don't know the answer to that, so. Yeah, the applicant is here.
Right.
No, and sorry, so this is not how the format goes. We're in the middle of it. You can work, are you with the land use? Brian, is it land use? Okay, thank you. Oh, no, okay, thank you.
Who purchased the property first? Well, I believe, I don't have the exact dates up, but,
Please say your name so we all
oh,
know.
yes, my name's Kelly Krasinski. I'm with the Land Use Department. But I believe, so this special use permit did go before the Village of New Lenox Board, and they were at the same meeting. So the annexation was approved at the same meeting that this went to before the Village of New Lenox Board, if that makes sense. So,
Well, my question is, did the applicant apply for the special use permit before Pulte purchased the property, or after, or when?
I don't think, I'm not aware of that, when they purchased the property. Yeah, I believe it's a contract purchase, yep.
Well, contracts for purchase and closing and owning it are two different things.
Right, because one could be,
You know,
depending on whether or not they.
there could be a lot of contingencies in Pulte. This is the Tierling landscaping property. It runs from Route 6 all the way to Chicago Bloomington Trail. It's, I don't know how many, pardon me?
They've owned the property for 2.5 years.
The question is, did they apply for a special use permit in June? And then Pulte entered a contract to purchase the property in August or September, or what, or how long has that been in the working?
I believe they applied for the zoning case in September. I'm not aware of when they applied for their contract with the property. I'm not aware of that.
To me, that has a lot of bearing on it, on how to vote and how to prepare. I mean, and if you read the thing, and you're from land use, which is great, because in the A2 district, their structures for animal confinement are not considered square footage allowances in the square footage allowance for accessory buildings.
Correct, yep.
So some of the statements are not exactly as should be.
Correct, yeah. So the 4,000, the existing pole barn, that is an animal confinement structure, so it's not included. And as well as temporary structures for the tent that they will be using also does not count towards, since it's not a permanent structure. So that's why they're not requesting the variances for maximum accessory building area.
Right. There's just, I see no reason to table this, but I'm one person.
County Board Member Trenier, we're talking still about the tabling.
Yes, I was prepared to vote yes on this project today. I understand that Pulte might be concerned. I think that the applicant has said that they will do the best they can to mitigate any noise. I don't know if they've agreed to 10 p.m., but 10 p.m. seems reasonable. And I say this because I live in the village of Bolingbrook, and in the center of town, we have events, public events sponsored by the village of Bolingbrook that provide very loud music. In fact, when I sit on the hill to listen to the music, I have to wear earplugs, and I'm sitting right there. You can hear it for miles. And this is something that a village is doing. So, and they don't make any revenue from it. In fact, it costs me as a taxpayer. So to me, some people that bought property 3 years ago, they've been thinking about this plan. They've got this plan. They want to provide this venue, which, by the way, we have a church in Bolingbrook that's in a tent, although I don't think they're active at the moment. They were active for probably over a decade, maybe 2 decades. I don't see any reason why they can't have what they want to have. I think both sides can work together reasonably. So, I mean, if it takes remanding it back to committee to come up with that reasonable thing, I guess I can vote yes for that. But like I said, I was prepared to vote yes today for this venue to be constructed. Thank you.
County Board Member Berkowitz.
Thank you. So first of all, the applicant owns the land. This is their life, their livelihood that we are voting on. They need to be able to move on and follow their dreams. I know I spoke with them, and it might have been earlier than September. I'm not sure when it was, but I've been aware of this project for a long time. And if we send this back to committee and we go back to where Pulte's got to have their hearing, or they've got to work with Pulte, we are setting a dangerous precedence here. Okay? This is not Pulte's property. And Pulte, it's a well-established, gigantic company, and they own thousands of acres everywhere. Their homes go up faster than you can believe. So I'm looking at the little guy and the resident and the taxpayer, and this is their life and their dreams. And so I will not support tabling this today, and I do support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. So County Board Member Hickey.
Sorry, just one quick question, Madam Executive. There was some alluding by Pulte's attorney that the proper notice hadn't been served when seeking the variance. Has that been addressed? Or I assume that since Chair Pretzel said we could vote on this, that it has, but I'd just like some assurance.
Yeah, I mean, so the abutting notification to all abutting property owners was received at Planning and Zoning. So the appropriate certified mailing, signage, and publication was all met.
County Board Member Newquist.
Thank you. I'm actually in favor of this project too. I just thought I heard two sides saying that there was room for working out their differences that could result in potentially a better fit for both of them. And I don't quite know how to do that without remanding it back to committee. But if that doesn't make sense, I'm willing to withdraw my motion. So.
Well, that's up to you. So we're on the, we'll just go, we're going to go forward with the vote to remand it back to committee. Then we'll, okay. You're going to withdraw it? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Well, I don't, the thing I'm concerned about is even if we do remand it to committee, how do we, they'll know, they'll have to come to committee to work it out, but I guess maybe I'm being overly optimistic about this. So if you guys would rather just go ahead and vote, I'll withdraw my motion. I'm being wishy-washy, sorry.
All right, thank you. So that is withdrawn. So now we are back to discussion on the entire, although some of it kind of correlated here. So any other discussions on the entire project before we vote? Anyone? Okay, Madam Clerk, so this is on the vote whether or not to approve the project. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond. Williams. Dean Schlattman. Yes. Pretzel. No. Butler. Newquist.
Yes.
Oxley.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Winfrey. Bullock. Logan. Freeman. Revis. Ortiz. Berkowitz. Hickey. Costa. Rainier. Van Dyne.
Yes.
Yep. To 17, yes.
17 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Executive. Ordinance amending, next on the agenda, number 7. Ordinance, I believe it's actually 6. Ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance as amended for zoning case ZC 24094. Mohammed El Sharif and Thera Aish, owner of record, requesting a special use permit for a similar or compatible use to a permitted use for a group care home. PIN number 1909242070020000 in Frankfort Township, commonly known as 7551 West Hickory Creek Drive, Frankfort, Illinois, County Board District Number 3. Land Use and Development was 3-2, approving this with 5 conditions for a special use permit for a compatible use to a permitted use for a group care home. And PZC was 3-4, therefore denying the same special use permit for similar or compatible use to a permitted use group care home. And I so move.
Motion by Pretzel. Seconded by Dean Schlattman. Any discussion on this project? County Board Member Trenier.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I'm going to be a yes on this project. My grandmother, I should say, on my father's side, turned her home into a boarding house during the Depression so that they could survive. The house is beautiful. I went to visit it. I think it was 2014, give or take. The current owners, by the way, this was like in 1908 was when the house was built, and it was in the 1930s and 40s when it was a boarding house. The current owner has restored it to its former glory. The neighborhood is wonderful. Nothing terrible happened because they had a boarding house. My grandmother on my mother's side became a divorced her, well, actually a widow. Her husband died, and she took care of seniors in her home for many, many years as a way of providing income for herself. She wasn't a nurse or anything fancy like that, because at that time, those kind of things weren't required in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. But she took care of numerous residents in her home, which I'm certain had a very beneficial impact on those residents and their families. I know there was some concern about, taking this home out of the market, because market conditions for families to buy a home is so poor. Actually, I think this might open up 6 market opportunities, because if these seniors cannot live on their own and they don't have family in their homes currently to take care of them, they would be selling the home that they currently reside in and putting a house on the market. So I think this actually is extremely beneficial to the housing market myself. And I will say, I have living 7 brothers and sisters. I am the next to the least youngest. I think I said that right. And if all of us decided to move into a house together to take care of each other, we wouldn't have to get a special permit or a zoning change or anything. We could just all live in one house. and it take care of each other. And me and my sister probably get stuck with all the dirty work since we're the youngest. But you know, I just don't really, I mean, I understand we have rules and a lot more rules today than we did in the 1940s and 50s. But people ought to be able to do stuff with their real estate. And if these kind folks want to help take care of the burgeoning, and I mean burgeoning baby boomer senior community, God bless them. And I don't even believe in God, but you know, they're wonderful people. Thank goodness that we have more people like that. We need them, and we're going to need them huge in the next decade or two. So I'm 100% in favor of this project, and I hope my colleagues will vote yes.
Thank you. County Board Member Butler.
Okay, so I have had a lot of letters, a lot of phone calls, people in the neighborhood that live directly around this residence. They are opposed to it. I personally, 6 people in a 3-bedroom house is very crowded. I don't know if anybody has ever been to a group home where they have 2 people per room and a small 10 by 11 room. You got 2 beds. You have to understand, when you live in these group homes, these aren't like a family who, you know, maybe you split your decorations to the house. Most of the people keep their belongings right by their bed. And it's not a very comfortable place. And these rooms are very small. Now, if they wanted to come back and say, oh, let's do 3 people in a 3-bedroom house, I might feel differently. But I just don't, I don't feel comfortable with this arrangement. And, you know, when you talk about A1 or R1 to R5, you know, I think that is a good, when you say R5, in the planning stages of a community, when they are designing the layouts and putting the land in and setting certain areas aside for, you know, different types of housing, that's fine. But when we're trying to go into an area that they're going to call R5, but really is R1, and the houses are all designed for just single family use, it's very hard to turn those homes into really what would be comfortably considered R5. And, you know, I know that, you know, some of us like to paint a pretty picture about how, you know, this is just, you know, all flowers and daisies. And I said, but when you go into a group home where people live, multiple people live in the same room, believe me, it doesn't smell like flowers and daisies, okay? It smells like a lot of people living in one spot, okay? It's not comfortable and it's not pleasant. This is too many people in this house. They need to cut that number down in half. And then I still am not clear, is the kitchen in the garage or is it not? I don't, you know, I wasn't clear on that. And then the other thing is there 6 people living in this house or is there 8? Because it sounded like 8, but we talk about 6. So, you know, if you have 6 people living upstairs and then 2 people living in the basement, that's what I'm hearing. So it's not really clear on that either. So I am going to say, because the people don't want it, and because there's some things that I don't really feel are adding up here, I'm going to be a hard no.
Thank you. County Board Member Newquist.
Thank you. I've really struggled with this because I've heard from a lot of the neighbors and I know that they're opposed to it. But the bottom line is, this is an R5 zoning area. A group home is completely allowed. I mean, if we denied them a special use permit for senior housing, they could put another type of group home in the neighborhood. So we're not at all voting on whether or not this should be a group home. That's a done deal. We're only voting on whether we're going to give them a special use permit for 55 and over housing. And as far as the other issues go, yes, it seems rather small to me also, but that is all subject to regulatory oversight by the state of Illinois, the Board of Health, I mean, licensing requirements, and that's not really up to us to decide either. I mean, we're basically just deciding here, do we want to do a 55 and over group home or any other kind of group home? Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you. So we see no other further. Oh, you do? Okay, later. A late one.
The crowding issue, and I commend Board Member Newquist for her comments, because that really is the real issue. But on the crowding issue, We had 6 adults living in my childhood home before I sold it. 1 bathroom, probably as small or smaller than any of these. It had a bathtub, a toilet, and a sink, and about 3 feet to turn around in. And it had 2 doors because it supposedly went to quote unquote the master or the primary suite, which didn't really exist in our house, but hey, whatever. That's what they called it. And a door to the hallway. So that little bit of space you had to turn around in included 2 doors. It's going to be caveat emptor, let the buyer beware. It's, how are they going to get people in there to live in these places if it's inhospitable? So I think that they'll understand how the market works and they'll either get clients or they won't. And if it's too crowded, well, they probably won't get too many clients.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? No. Williams? Dean Schlottman? Pretzel?
No.
Butler? Newquist? Oxley?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yeah.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan?
Yes.
Freeman? Revis? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
Yes.
With 15 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Thank you, Madam Executive, and I apologize. I'm a little off my game today. That first case took a little out of me. I forgot on number 4 that we were supposed to vote twice, once on the map amendment and once for the special use permit. So if it's okay with you, can we go back to zoning case ZC 24082 for a second vote on the special use permit for a truck terminal? PIN number 0317171000090000 and 0317171000150000 in Wilmington Township, commonly known as the vacant property of West Lorenzo Road, County Board District Number 1, and I so move.
All right, motion by Pretzel, seconded by Ortiz. Any discussion on this? No, we need a fresh roll call. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? Pretzel?
Yes.
Butler? Newquist? Oxley?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yeah.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis?
Yes.
Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
22 in the affirmative, the motion carries. Chair.
Next on the agenda, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance as amended for zoning case ZC 24090, Chicago Title Land Company, owner of record, Tiffany Grace with Moni Community Energy Initiative, LLC, agent, and Kyle Berry of McGuire Woods, LLP, attorney, requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility. A variance for the number of required mowings from 5 times to 1 time per year. A variance for the maximum ground cover plant height from 13 inches to 36 inches. This is PIN number 2114193000020000, Moni Township, commonly known as 6952 West Bruns Road, County Board District Number 3. Land use and development was 3-2, therefore approving with 4 conditions for a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility, and PZC was 6-1, and I so move.
Second.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Newquist. Any discussion? Is there a previous? Previous Trainier, seconded by Oxley. Okay. Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Two opposition? Okay, very good. We're gonna put County Board Member Berkowitz and Dean Schlottman as a no. So with 17 Affirmative, the motion carries. And I will make a correction, the last vote, it was 19 in the affirmative, not 22.
Next on the agenda, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance as amended for zoning case ZC 24101, Smith Land Holdings LLC, owner of record, and Brent Bushberger of Summit Ridge Energy LLC, agent, requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility. PIN number 141215100003000, Manhattan Township, commonly known as vacant West Smith Road, Manhattan, Illinois, County Board District Number 2. Land use and development was 3-2 on this, approving with 4 conditions for special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility. PZC was 4-3. And then we're going to vote, oh, no, I'm sorry, that's all. PZC was 4-3, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Oxley. Previous roll call by Dean Schlottman, seconded by Trinier. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And that's Berkowitz.
Both, yes.
I'm sorry, I would actually like to be a no on that one. Was I a no?
You were not a no, sir.
I'd like to be.
So we're going to add no to that last one. County Board Member Dean Schlottman, Pretzel, and Berkowitz. and
Can we
Butler.
take
Madam
a
Clerk,
roll
why
on
don't we do this? We're just going to take a roll. Madam Clerk, please take a roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? Pretzel?
No.
Butler? Newquist? Oxley?
Yes.
Brooks?
Yeah.
Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis?
Yeah.
Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
Yes.
$15 in the affirmative, the motion carries.
Next on the agenda, ordinance amending the Will County, Illinois zoning ordinance as amended for zoning case ZC 24110. Foes Farm 1 LLC, owner of record. Angela Faria of Anemone Solar LLC, agent Kyle Berry of McGuire Woods LLP, attorney. Requesting a special use permit for a commercial solar energy facility. A variance for number of required mowings from 5 times to 2 times. A variance for maximum ground cover plant height from 13 inches to 24 inches. This is PIN number 3007241060020000. This one's in Joliet Township, commonly known as vacant New Lenox Road, Joliet, Illinois, County Board District Number 6. I don't have the numbers for this one, and I so move.
A motion by Pretzel, seconded by Winfrey. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Richmond? Williams? Dean Schlottman? Pretzel?
Yes.
Butler? Newquist? Oxley?
Yes.
Brooks? Winfrey? Bullock? Logan? Freeman? Revis? Ortiz? Berkowitz? Hickey? Costa? Trainier? Van Dyne?
Yes.
19 in affirmative, the motion carries.
Next, 25-12. This is authorizing a first extension of the Will County zoning ordinance SEXT 24008. Special use permit for zoning case ZC 22038 TTA Corp., owner of record. Jace Puther Cyril Jose, agent, and Justin Kugler of Kugler Law Limited, attorney. PIN number 3007133080310000. This one's in Joliet Township, commonly known as 1601 New Lenox Road, Joliet, Illinois, County Board District Number 8. This is New County Board District 6. Land use and development was 5-0, approving a first extension for special use permit ZC 22038, and I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Winfrey. Any discussion? Is there a previous? Previous by Trinier, second by Oxley. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, last, 25-13, amending sections 155-16, development review and approval procedures, common provisions 15516.10, and I so move. Just a quick background on this. Member Berkowitz, when she served on Land Use and Development Committee, brought to the attention of the committee that sometimes when staff is asking people to display a public notice of rezoning or zoning request, that people were making them out of Sharpie marker. So staff was telling them, you know, your letters have to be 2¼ inches tall, your sign has to be 3 feet long, whatever the requirements were. They were following it, but it still wasn't easy to read as you drove by. So the committee decided to put them to good work and add some requirements to like the font and make the sign's size bigger. And that's what Colin and his team did. And I think you should all support this. And I so move.
Motion by Pretzel, seconded by Berkowitz. Any discussion? County Board Member Ortiz. Hold on, let me get you.
Thank you, Madam Executive. I just wanted to commend the Land Use and Development Committee for working towards getting this done. I know that this has been in the talks for a while, so I appreciate you all working very hard to help the constituents be able to be more aware of what's going on when they pass on the road and they see the signs. And so just thank you so much for working and getting this done. Good job.
Thank you. County Board Member Oxley.
Yes, in Lockport, what we did with this problem was we had one standard sign that the city supplied, but the developer bought from them. It was a standard sign, and they just filled in the blanks with the address and the date and stuff on it. That might be something to look into in the future.
County Board Member Brooks.
The land use department bought samples
Oh,
to
okay.
the committee and lined them up across there. And they look good. They did a very good job. So I just want to commend the land use department for the work that they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Land Use. All right, seeing no more comments, we have a motion, we have a second. Is there do we have a clean? Is there a previous roll call by Oxley, seconded by Hickey? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Nice job, Chair Pretzel. Moving on to Public Works and Transportation, Chair Trinier.
Thank you, Madam Executive. We have nothing to bring forward because everything was passed in the consent agenda, and I don't have to worry about pronouncing funny words like bituminous or whatever it is. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, February 4th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Freeman, Capital Improvements.
We have nothing to bring forward because we had nothing to bring forward. It was not even in consent agenda. So nothing from me except that our next Capital Improvement Committee is Tuesday, February 4th at 10 a.m.
Yeah, I got it right here. Thank you. We're moving on to Chair Newquist, Finance Committee. It's one on your agenda, but remember, we're going to have 2 items because one of them was removed from the consent agenda. So Chair Newquist.
Correct. So the first one to bring forward is just our monthly, one of our monthly sales tax reports. And I make a motion to put that on file.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Freeman. Any discussion? Previous roll call by Ortiz, seconded by Dean Schlottman. All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, the next one was appropriating funds in the coroner's budget. And I know there was some questions about this. It was my understanding that this was a grant that was received and the money had to be appropriated.
So let's get it on the floor first.
I will make a motion.
Motion by Newquist, seconded by Hickey. County Board Member Berkowitz, it was your question. So what can you please, you want to ask your question?
Oh, hi, Lori, I didn't see you over there. Had a question. It was missing pieces. Can you just give us more information?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
About close to 2 years ago, Children's Lurie's Hospital reached out to us about a pilot they were doing in regards to a program they were going to name Missing Pieces. What this is a program that we reach out to families who have lost a child from the age of 24 down to even if they are stillborn. We agreed to do this, and part of it was basically, it's not a grant, it's a stipend, which we would have done this regardless if we would have been paid for this or not. What Missing Pieces does is we reach out to these families in a club that I definitely do not want to be in, to offer them resources, access to other families, whether that be grandparents, parents, siblings, resources to talk to people that are going through the same thing. It has been quite successful. We added a little caveat into this, which does not require much work. And even if it took me or my staff 10 hours, they had buy-in on this. It's something they also needed to do to help people because of what we deal with every day. Every single family member has agreed to do this. We notify Missing Pieces. As soon as the death certificate comes in for this child, I send a sympathy card from our office along with the information about Missing Pieces. When it comes back to me to sign out, I then call the family. Not one family, not one sibling, not one grandparent, not one parent has turned this down. It has been very, very successful. And it's been a good thing for the staff within the office to kind of like do something that's a little bit positive. We were just notified a week and a half ago that we will be recognized as a county in New Mexico, along with the other participants. On the poster we created amongst ourselves in our group here in Illinois, and because we've been so successful. We will use this money for different areas. Part of the money will go to identifying or unidentified. We'll use that money as it comes in. Any other questions?
I'm so happy to hear about how this is also going towards the health and the care of our own employees there in the field at the coroner's office.
Yes.
Very important. I'm very glad to hear that. I'm glad you're out there for those families. I know we have a lot of friends who have lost children, and
Me too.
it's very hard. So thank you for
You're
explaining.
very
that.
welcome.
Appreciate
And
it.
anytime you have a question, please contact me. As Mr. Revis knows, I get back to you quite expeditiously when there's a question. Just email me. Okay? Thanks,
you.
guys.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Is any more discussion? Previous roll call by Ortiz, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
That's all I have. Our next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, February 4th at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Ortiz, Legislative Committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Executive, and thank you. At this time, we have nothing to bring forward. Our next Legislative Committee meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, February 4th, 2025 at 12 p.m. in this very room. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to Public Health and Safety, Chair Butler.
Hi, we also have nothing to move forward, and our next meeting will be Thursday, February 6th at 10 a.m.
Thank you. Landfill Committee, Chair Dean Schlottman.
Going with the theme here, Madam Executive, there is nothing to bring forward, so please join us February 11th at 9 a.m. for landfill.
Thank you. Speaker Van Dyne, Executive Committee.
Thank you, Madam Executive. We have 4 items to bring forward, starting with Resolution 2514, declaring vehicles as surplus and authorizing disposal. I make that motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Winfrey. Seconded by Berkowitz. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
2515, authorizing the county executive to execute an IGA with the Illinois Emergency Management Agency and Office of Homeland Security, and I will make the motion.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Revis. Previous roll call by Brooks, seconded by Oxley. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
Resolution 2516, authorizing the county executive to execute an IGA with the Illinois Emergency Management Agency and the Office of Homeland Security, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Revis. Previous roll call by Trenier. Seconded by Hickey. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
And Resolution 2517, IGA between the Fountaindale Public Library District and Will County. I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Trinier. Previous roll call by Revis, seconded by Berkowitz. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
We do have appointments by the county executive. I would like to make a motion for Resolution 2518, county executive appointments to the Community Mental Health Board of Will County.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Freeman. Previous roll call by Ortiz, seconded by Winfrey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries.
And Resolution 2519, approving county executive appointments to the Board of Health of Will County, and I so move.
Motion by Van Dyne, seconded by Brooks. Previous roll call? Previous roll call by Oxley, seconded by Hickey. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. You want to announce your next meeting?
If I knew when it was, of course.
February 13th, 2025 at 10 a.m.
Sounds good. Thank you.
At this time, are there any public comments relevant to the jurisdiction under the county? Is there anyone who has any comments? All right. We're moving on to comments by county board members. Anything pressing that any county board members would like to speak on? All right. Yeah. And then finally, we're going to go to the announcement of our leaders here. Either leader, Jim, no, very good. I'm trying to think of it. Leader Williams.
I don't have any announcements, but I do have comment. It seems to me sometimes that we place the concerns of our residents second to sometimes with the businesses or other things that we have to contemplate. The residents are who actually put us here. And I hope that we do take their concerns into greater considerations than we sometimes do. I know that, the residents are sometimes not going to want things that we do have to approve over their desires. However, sometimes we don't have to approve it over their desires. And, people over profits is what I do say. And I would like to hope that we would also always put our residents first whenever possible. If we can, we should do that. I also would like to just say that hopefully this is a new regime administration, if you will, and I'm looking forward to working with everyone, which I have always done since I've been on this board, but even more so now as a leader. I am extending an invitation. Anybody that wants to talk to me about anything, please feel free to do so, and I plan to do the same, although you guys know I'm not really shy about that. So that's all I have to say, and I hope everyone has a good day.
Thank you. Speaker Van Dyne.
Thank you. Two comments. One, I just want everyone to try to remember the folks in California and what they're dealing with. I've unfortunately had the experience of getting a phone call that I no longer have a place to live, and it's super scary for somebody not to be able to come home. So it's a terrible tragedy that's going on out there, and I just wanted to mention that. Number two, when I came in this morning and I was a little bit early, so I did not see all the parking spots filled up, but I did see all the public come in for, that particular issue. And I really want to commend the board on this. As elected officials, we are put in very tough situations at times. And I know that, the residents probably were not in favor of our decision, but sometimes the board has a responsibility to do that's not popular. And I think we did make the right decision on that. I just wanted to commend you folks. It could have got a little scary at times. We all used proper decorum. There was no yelling and screaming. A very adult meeting today, and I'm very impressed. And I'm super excited to continue our relationship and work together. And that's it. And enjoy the rest of your January. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Speaker. I had a live mic. I said we're adulting today.
Oh.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
With that, Can I get a motion to recess until February 2025? Motion by Trinier, seconded by Butler. All in favor? Any opposed? Everyone have a good day.